Pleasant good morning to our viewers. Really pleasant morning to each and every one viewing this commentary and live streaming of this game, day 3. When Barbados versus Trinidad and Tobago. Pleasant good morning to each and every one, local, regional, international, here at the Arnos playing field in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Welcome all to the live streaming of this Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 19 cricket tournament, round 2, day 3. The game is expected to end today, so too the other round 2 game that is expected to start at Cumberland anytime around now. Well, the other game at Park Hill, that has come to its finished yesterday afternoon, and Leeward Islands defeated Guyana quite comfortably in the end. As the umpires, we're just awaiting the umpires here just a couple minutes before 10. So it's pleasant good morning to Cruikshank, Osnet, 4 female scorers. We're graced with their presence every day, and I'm very happy to see lovely faces in front of us. Crookie, good morning.
Good morning, Goddy, and good morning to all our viewers. Pleasant day here at the Arnos playing field. Bathed in sunshine today. Probably the best weather we have had all game.
Yes, a wonderful day to start the day's proceeding. We're just waiting on the umpires to step out onto the field. The Barbados team, they are huddled together on the boundary rope right in front of the players' pavilion. And the overnight batsmen for Trinidad and Tobago, Rambaran and James, will resume. As we can quickly recap before play starts. On day 1, Trinidad and Tobago was shut out for 107. Top scorer being Ramdo, he got 41. And Chase, he got 20. Bowling for Barbados, Lane took 4 for 14. 2 for 9, Springer, 2 for 23, Roberts. Barbados resuming yesterday, 93 for 2. They were bundled out for 154, with 35 coming from Brown, 27 from Dawn, 26 Bolden. And that was about that. Roach got 17. And bowling for Trinidad and Tobago, 5 for 60, 5 for 60, Vasan Singh, the leg spinner. 2 for 19, the off-spinner Joseph Davis, and Ramlal 2 for 30. At the close of play yesterday, Trinidad and Tobago with a deficit of 47 ended on 153 for 5, leading by 106 runs with 5 wickets intact. 35 from Ramlal, 30 from Ramnath, and 39 not out Rambaran, James 14 not out. 2 for 35, Leacock, the fast bowler. 1 for 9, Dawn, the occasional spinner. And Lane, 1 for 27. So Trinidad and Tobago will be resuming with a lead of 106. Barbados need 5 wickets, and I think we are in for a very exciting pre-launch period. It's a question of what happens. Who is going to take the ascendancy in relation to the eventual outcome of the game, whether Trinidad and Tobago would add every additional run and ensure that they give Barbados a stiff challenge, or would Barbados wrap up the tail? So it's really some exciting times lie ahead, and I believe the very first hour will prove crucial to this game. Nice wind blowing across at the outfield, glorious sunshine. Crookie.
Yes, I agree with you. The first hour will be very critical if the Barbadian team are to take a few wickets and wrap up the innings very quickly with a lead maybe of 130, 120 something. They will feel that they're in with a chance. Not necessarily that they will be victors, but they will feel that they're in with a good chance. Once the lead swells beyond 150, 160, then it starts to become more tricky with the conditions that we have here at Arnosville. We saw the assistance to the spinners, especially Singh, who bowled brilliantly in the first innings, and I'm sure he will be a handful for the Barbados team in the chase. But the Barbadian batsman, Dawn, was a century maker in the last game, and he definitely will be a key part of the chase. There are some aggressive players as well. So if the target is small, then they may play more aggressively to try to erase that as quickly as possible. But beginning here now, it's James at the wicket for he will be on strike for Trinidad, and Rambaran, the vice captain. He'll be off strike with our good fast bowler there, Lane, to start off today. He bowled excellently yesterday. 3 spells, really gave it all his all in his final spell. And I think he may have unsettled Ramla a little bit and may have caused him to, get the wickets at the other end where Don dismissed him.
Well, the first ball for the morning, it's Lane from the southern end, outside the off stump, right on target, and James allowed that one to go by, taken cleanly by Bolden, the skipper. So 2 slips, gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg. Glorious day here at Arnos, Vale in St. Vincent and Grenadines. Good morning to all just joining in and viewing this game, because one of the 3 games is finished already, so there's only 2 remaining at this point in time. One here at Arnos Vale and the other at Cumberland. The flags are flying in the breeze. It's really a pleasant day as Lane, right arm, fast medium bowler from the southern end, outside the off stump and right on target. He forced him to play at this one, missed, taken cleanly by Bolden, 2 deliveries on target, and certainly he has been the pick of the Barbadian fast bowlers. There's no ifs and no buts about it.
Yes, and that one touchdown just outside the off stump and jack back between bat and pad. He had some good inward movement there and defeated James on the inside edge.
Slips go down as Lane will continue the attack for Barbados. I believe he's going to carry the fight to Trinidad and Tobago. Certainly, any motors from the southern end. This one a bit wide on the outside the off stump, taken cleanly by Bolden, and there is no run. 153 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago has not added to their total thus far. No wicket has fallen to the Barbados team. 153 for 5. When I left home at lunchtime, a little update, England were 100 for 5 at lunchtime in that test match against South Africa. And Rabada and Norkie and the others really creating music to the English batsmen. Laying in outside the off stump, taken cleanly by Bolden, and there's no run is allowed at one to go by. But certainly he's thereabout, very first over of the day. But certainly the South Africans has the Englishmen on the run when I left home.
Yes, they have a very good pace attack, the South African team, and the conditions will suit them. So it'll be an interesting test series, Gunny.
As Lane focus back here at Arnos Vale. This one on his legs and clipped away by James to the right of mid-wicket, and we are underway. So James goes up to 15, 154 for 5. The lead is extended by 1 to 107 as Lane doing his best for the Barbados team. No warm-up, he's right on target, bang, making the batsman James split every delivery. And in comes Rambaran, the vice-captain of the TNT squad, the left-hander. Continue to take the fight to Lane, or Lane taking the fight to him. Either way you look at it. There are how many slips now? 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and long leg. Lane in on the spot, right on the spot. The end of a very good first over by Lane. Just 1 from the over, but certainly if this is sign of things to come, we expect more from Lane, and let's see how the bowler from this top end would fit in. But Lane certainly right on the money this morning.
Yes, good start from him, and you could see him, he walked up to the other end just visualizing in his mind how the batsmen are playing and maybe thinking what adjustments he needs to make or how should he continue his spell. So I like to see that from the young man. He seems to be a young man who is really thinking about the game. You could see that in his bowling. You could see the plans that he works with when he's bowling to a particular batsman. And he will be joined from the other end by Roberts, the other tall seamer. Not as quick as Lane, but he bowled well in the first innings, and he would want to pick up some wickets here today. That's Jaden Roberts.
Yes, and it's be Roberts from the top end. 2 slips, Gully be bowling to James, just an interchange in terms of personnel. So mid-wicket personnel has moved to long leg, and long leg has come to mid-wicket. So there are 2 slips, a Gully, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. You can call that mid-wicket, sort of between mid-wicket and short square, and a long leg. Roberts, tall individual from this northern end, on target and driven out by James, and there is no run. But certainly Lane looks to me, if he continues in this vein, one for the future for West Indies cricket. You am seeing it.
Yes, he looks a good prospect. Reasonable pace, and seem to have a good head on his shoulders. Able to move the ball as well. Gets good bounce. So he has good assets that he can work on and develop in the next few years.
Roberts from the top end, outside the off stump, much slower than Lane, and pushed out on the onside to mid-on, fielded, and there is no run. 154 for 5, 154 for 5. Trinidad and Tobago in their second innings. Good morning to all of you in Trinidad and Tobago. It's your month, it's your Independence Month, and certainly a lot of activities taking place there in TNT as Roberts from this the top end, outside the off stump, and James right across and studiously defended well, and there is no run. I know Osnet, you were like what I was watching last night. They're going to have a curry duck competition. I just looked at it and I smiled. Do they have ducks in St. Vincent still? I can't tell if they have seen a duck. As we look at Roberts from this the top end, in outside the off stump and pushed away to the right of cover for a single, on line, on length, and driven by James out, but for a single he goes up to 16, 155 for the loss of 5. Do you have ducks in your area, Josnet, Cookie? Can't tell when last I've seen a duck.
No, I haven't seen one in a very long time. I knew of a man who had a few, but he has passed away, so I don't know the last time I've seen one.
So he took the ducks with him?
His family may have gotten rid of them after a while. What we are seeing here from Barbados is that the length has been fuller so far for the morning. I think they were a bit too short too frequently yesterday, given the conditions, and they may have had a discussion about that overnight, Connie.
Roberts, right arm fast medium, on the leg stump and pulled away down to long leg, short of a length, give him enough time to swivel on the back foot, and that one went down to long leg. So Rambaran, he goes up by 1 to 40, and it's 156 for 6. Yes, I was told by one of our scorer, Ankia. She says her neighbors have a few ducks. Wow, I can't tell when last I've seen one. I thought I was about to say probably they're extinct, but she did. She said no, her neighbor has ducks, but she doesn't eat it. In. Good delivery again, on target to the left of backward point. They're going to come for another single. James looking for 2 has been sent back, and he's up to 17. Rambaran on 40, 157 for the loss of 5 as Trinidad extend the lead to 110.
Yes, good over there by Roberts. Mixed up his length. In the end, I thought that he would have maintained the full length, but he tried a short one to Rambaran. The pitch doesn't have as much pace as it had on the first day, and it seems so far from today that it's even less than the second day. And Rambaran was able to just rock back and pull it quite comfortably down to long leg. So they may think of keeping the length a bit fuller based on what they have seen so far, and they would want to get rid of this partnership as quickly as possible with the lead now 110.
He'll reposition themselves. Lane will continue from the southern end. Lovely sunshine here at the Arnos playing field in St. Vincent and Grenadines. This one outside the leg stump and may have brushed his thigh pad or something of the sort, or stifled the appeal. The umpire probably said not out. Total remains 157 for 7, 157 for 7. For 5, 157 for 5, 157 for 5 with James on 17, Rambaran on 40. So good morning to all just joining the viewing here from Arnosville in St. Vincent and Grenadines. This one right on target, right in the black hole there to James, and he pushes it out as Lane striving every sinew for his country here, giving it his all in this glorious weather here at Arnosville. Back in the background, you can certainly see Beckwith, very clear indeed. Good day to sail across on these pleasure yachts or something of the sort. But we're here doing what we have to do here. As Lane from the southern end took James on 17. This one again right on the money. He has to defend. He can't do anything else other than to defend. Total remains 157 for 5, 157 for 5. Yes, going back to the Trinidad corridor competition, the first prize win is $6,000. Second prize winner $4,000. We're talking TT dollars. Dollar is dollar. And a host of other prizes is really a big thing on Independence Day in Chaguanas. If you know Trinidad, this one again almost the identical spot, defended by James, and there is no run. Certainly they're expecting a massive crowd, you know. And have you ever eaten curry duck?
No, I don't eat duck. In fact, there are many. There's a laundry list of things that I don't eat. The only meat I eat is fish. The meat I eat is fish.
The only thing you eat is
the only meat I eat is fish.
Is
fish.
Fish. So what have the other meat done to you? In again, almost identical. He's like he has put a dollar coin there and he's hitting the top of the coin 4 consecutive deliveries, right, almost identical spots, and there is no run. But if you go to your Bible, man, the fowls are there, the birds are there, the fish is there, everything is there to be eaten. I know there's a bit of a problem with persons' belief in relation to pork. I know that. I'm well aware of that. You just have to live with the situation. Laying in. This one outside the off stump, and you allow that one to go by the end of a very, very good over by Lane, right on the money, and forcing James to play as the battle continues here. And we continue after your comments about the curry duck situation.
Well, I'm going to comment on the partnership. These two batting against Lane, I think they recognize that he is a major threat. At the moment, they have looked quite circumspect this morning, in particular to his bowling. And it's very important that, as you mentioned, we mentioned even off air prior to the beginning of the game, that the first hour or so is very important. I think they would have had that discussion. And I think that the Barbados team also had that discussion that they really need to get some wickets early in the piece in order to limit the lead as much as possible. And so they will be striving for some wickets now, Gunny.
Roberts. From this, the top end, 2 slip gully, backward points, cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, long leg. Roberts in, right arm fast, medium. This one on midland leg and pushed out onto mid-wicket by Rambaran, and there's no run. He remains on 40, 157 for 5. So basically, if you had to go Grenada, Cookie, you won't be able to partake of oil down.
No, I don't eat that meat anymore. So
that's a Caribbean food.
Well, that's good for who partake of it. I have made my choice. I'll stick to my choice.
Okay, fair one. That's your opinion. Roberts in and driven sweetly by Rambaran, but back to the bowl and there is no run. So all the good Caribbean food that is being prepared right around the region. Each and every country has a different speciality. You know, Barbados is about flying fish and so on, and Dominica is about the mountain chicken and the other stuff. In Jamaica is ackee and saltfish. You don't eat saltfish, you eat a codfish?
Yeah, I do eat codfish. It's fish.
But have cod in front.
Still fish. Just the type of fish, because there's a fish.
Roberts, from this to top end, medium fast, in. Good delivery again, right on target, and there is no run. The good thing about the Barbadian fast bowlers, they are on target this morning. And in hindsight, I was thinking at the start, shouldn't they have started with Seeley from this top end, with the batsman rather tentative? If they, with the bat pad, anything could have happened. Just on reflection, But they have made a choice. They're going to the fast bowlers because the pitch itself has eased out tremendously, and with the spinners likely to play a big part during today. This one outside the off stump, and he forces it past the man at backward at backward point, and he gets a single half. Stopped. He didn't feel it cleanly. And Rambaran gets one. He goes on to 41. It's 158 for 5. So I was thinking about the spinner, Sealy, in the very early stages, bearing in mind the state of the pitch, it's slow. It's definitely getting purchased. The spinners getting purchased. And with Trinidad and Tobago, definitely will be banking on their spinners. It might have been a wise choice. Might have been on hindsight to start with Sealy from this the top end. Particularly this top end where the ball is doing a bit down at the southern end when you are batting.
Well, I think it won't be long before we see a change. If nothing happens, they definitely would have to try something different, and that's one of the options.
Roberts to James, and James, there's an appeal for caught behind, and he is out. There's an appeal for caught behind, and a belated type of appeal, and the umpire, is it Joseph, after a little while, lifted his finger, and James has to go. He doesn't look quite happy with that decision, but we do not have the technology here. The umpire raised his finger, and we have to abide by it, live with it, and Trinidad and Tobago have lost James, caught wicketkeeper bowling of the bowling of Roberts for 17, I think it is. Yes, I'm correct. So early strike there by Barbados.
Yes, and that is very important for the Barbadians to take an early wicket. James, he looked very disappointed as he's ambling off extremely slowly. Whether he's disappointed with the fact that he was dismissed of that delivery, or whether he's just disappointed with the decision, is another story. But we won't know, and we, as you mentioned, we don't have the snick or even the ability to zoom in close enough to see whether he got a nick on that. But he looked very disappointed as he trudges off. But the Barbadians will be very happy. Joshua Davis comes out now to battle with his vice captain, Rambaran, and Roberts will be very pleased with that early wicket for the Barbados team.
And Barbados will be very happy having made the breakthrough inside the first 20 minutes of play on day 3. 158 for 6. The lead now 111, and every run counts as far as Trinidad and Tobago is concerned, and from Barbados every wicket also counts. So it's a nice little battle that's ongoing here. And as you quite rightly say, I believe their target possibly as a minimum is 150 minimum in order to keep themselves into this game. That's Trinidad and Tobago. But we'll see how the rest of the morning pans out. Roberts breaking a breakthrough, having James caught at the wicket for 17. Roberts in, right on target, and he pushes this one out on the onside. They're going to get one, just a single. He's off the mark with 1. That's Davis. He's off the mark with 1. 159 now for the loss of 6. 159 for 6. As Rambaran, he holds the key for Trinidad and Tobago to probably bat up until lunch, at least minimum, at least lunch, and reposition themselves from where they are to somewhere where they feel a little safer at about 150.
Yeah, he's batting on 40 not out and 41 not out. He looked very busy at the wicket yesterday, but so far this morning he has been content just to give the bowlers the first few overs, and then see what happens from there. Davis, we saw him in the first innings, very diminutive, a very short batsman. You could see him out there and almost around the waist of Roberts, who is towering over him as he passed him earlier. But he would want to support his vice captain at the crease and forge a partnership.
Lane in, and he clips this one, and is he out? Yes, he is out. He clipped that one in the air, and had a very good catch taken by, we're not absolutely sure, but a very good catch taken at a wide. It seems to be Roberts at a wide mid-on. He took a very good low catch, and 1 wicket brought 2. So Lane has finally gotten a deserved wicket that he bowled very well for the morning. The wicket of Davis, caught by Roberts for 1, and Trinidad and Tobago slide to 159 for 7. He's gone for 1. Rambaran remains on 41. 159 for 7. Have lost 2 wickets this morning for a matter of 6 runs. And
Yes.
Barbados tightening the screws at this particular point in time.
Yes, and when he stepped out, I mentioned that he was a very diminutive player, and that one seemed to just bounce a little bit on him as he was looking to turn it off the hip, and it lobbed to the man at mid-on, who made good ground and took a neat catch. As we see the new batsman, Chase, who has been promoted by 1 spot since the first inning, so he's now above Singh in the batting lineup, so that's Chase now. He's now out to do battle. 7 wickets down.
159 for 7. Barbados, all the exchanges going straight to Barbados. 2 very quick wickets. 1 to Roberts, 1 to Lane. Trinidad and Tobago slide from 153 for 6, from 153 for 5 over 9 to 159 for 7. Lovely sunshine here at Arnos Vale in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Wrong free. Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Tournament. Roberts, this one, Lane on the leg stump, and it's clipped away by Chase, the new man. Single, he's off the mark with 160 now. 160 for the loss of 7. Trinidad and Tobago having lost 2 very quick wickets this morning. James caught Bolden of Roberts for 17, and Joshua Davis caught Roberts of Lane for 1. Rambaran, in the meantime, he's on 41. He'll take strike from Lane from the southern end. 2 slips, gully, backward point, short backward point, cover, mid, off, mid, on, mid wicket, and a fine leg. As Lane from the southern end to bowl to Rambaran, and Rambaran driving out to cover, no run. The total remained 160 for 7. At the end, not the end of the over. I thought it was, as the players were moving around, but it is not the end of the over.
Yes, Goni, I was saying to myself, I wonder what approach Rambaran will take now, because the wickets are now tumbling around him. He's probably thinking to himself that I need to see how many runs I could extend this lead by before I'm left stranded here.
No, the contrary. First innings we had Chase and Agard.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He may have confidence in Chase, but I don't know how much he'll have thereafter.
On the spot, defended out to mid-off, no run, 160 for 7. Yeah, but the thing about it, a repeat can happen. Or Barbados will have different ideas as to dismiss the 10th wicket whenever it happens. But Rambaran should remember that these 2, Chase and Agard, actually added a vital 27 in their first innings. Rather than being dismissed for 80, 85, they got to 107, which is vital in the end in terms of cutting the lead. So it's important that he keeps his head and continue to bat the way he's been batting. Laying in, outside the off stump and driving, taking the outside portion and falling well short of the man there at backward point. He's holding his hand. It really went, it traveled at a rate of knots. He's still there, wringing his hands, but certainly it was a very powerful slash there by Rambaran. He's bouncing around a little bit, but he's okay.
But I think based on the 2 shots we have seen, Gunny, that he's probably thinking differently, that he's going to attack more now. Now, he shouldn't throw his wicket away for sure.
There's no need for him to do it.
Yeah, he shouldn't throw his wicket away for sure.
Based on what Chase did in the first innings, there's really no need. Let's see what he does with this delivery. Driving again, as you quite rightly said, attacking right on the spot, and he drove it sweet out to mid-off, and there's no run. 160 for the loss of 7 with Chase on 1 and Rambaran on 41, and that the lead is 114.
Yes, and
13.
On the occasion for the last delivery, the ball was there for the drive, so he wasn't taking that much of a risk to go for the shot. But those wider ones, he should really not necessarily pursue them at this stage. I think when it gets to 8 or 9 down, he might be thinking a bit more about how many runs he can add. They will have a target in mind. They would have sat in the dressing room and thought and spoken about what type of score they would be comfortable with So he would have that in mind as a vice captain, and they will have a target that they would want to reach. But beyond the target, you will try to get as many as you can. Every run counts.
So Roberts will continue the attack for Barbados from this the northern end, outside the off stump, and it wasn't too much of a convincing effort there by Chase, and it whizzed past the bat and taken cleanly by wicketkeeper Bolden. 160 for the loss of 7. Trinidad and Tobago 160 for 7. Good morning to all again, as there are always viewers joining us as the morning go by, coming from St. Vincent and the Grenadines at the Arnos playing field. Roberts from the top end misses his run. Trinidad and Tobago in the lead by 113, 3 wickets now intact. They began at 153 for 5, and they've lost James. He was caught bowling off Roberts for 17, and Davis caught Roberts off Lane for 1. 2 quick wickets taken by the Barbadian medium fast bowlers, as Roberts from this the top end in again. Gone out there. He did the correcting after the ball had passed. He allowed that ball to go by after the ball had reached the wicket, but he certainly flashed at it. Could have easily been going back to the pavilion, taken by Boland, and there's no run. And it's certainly given the Barbadian fast bowler hope with those 2 shots that he played.
Well, he started off in a similar vein in the first innings by playing some aggressive shots at the beginning, but given the position now, I think that he needs to support his vice captain at the other end.
One on the stump this time, and he defended it ungainly, ended up at second slip, and there is no run. Well, I'm certain that Rambo will be hoping that they will be able to stay there for some period of time, whether it's the next half an hour and whatever else, and hoping that they'll be able to advance the Trinidad and Tobago's cause as Roberts continue from this the northern end. This one fuller length just outside the off stump, defends well, and there is no run. We can see the St. Vincent and Grenadines flag fluttering in the breeze. Maybe that's the only one that's actually really fluttering. It's very strange. If you look at it, just the fancy flag alone that is really fluttering, and the others, wow. Any idea why, Cruikshank? Why just one flying and the others just stay sort of limp?
I'm not able to see from over here, but...
Well, I can see. Well, you see the Barbadian flag now flying a bit. This one outside the off stump, looking to play a cross, batted shot. Missed, taken clean by Boland, and certainly 3 of the 4 deliveries has given the Barbadian fast bowler hope, real hope.
Yeah, what we're seeing, at least from that last delivery, is that, and the one I think that he attempted, the first cut shot, we're seeing now that the pitch, that there's a little bit of indifferent bounce when the tall bowlers hit it into the pitch, some lift, some keep and a little bit low, so it will be a bit more difficult for batting today than yesterday.
Roberts from the top end into Chase, and Chase played again at this one and missed, and there's more question of playing and missing for the entire over. No wicket to Barbados in that over, no run to Trinidad that over. Certainly a very, very good over indeed, and anything could have happened in terms of runs or wicket, but Chase has survived at the end of a half an hour period. And your thoughts, Cookie?
Yes, and what I realize is that if we look at that last over, I'm wondering what Rambaran might be thinking now, because he might be saying, well, Chase made 20 in the first innings, he was our second top scorer, and but based on the way he has batted that last over, he might be starting to worry about whether he'll be able to stay with him. So he needs to inspire some confidence now in his to his captain, his vice captain, by looking a bit more assured at the crease. I think he's just a little unsettled at the moment as Osnet Cato joins me in the box.
We have hand over now to Osnet to continue the commentary.
Viewers locally, regionally, internationally. A good day's cricket is in prospect for us today, and hopefully that bears fruit. As the new bowler is Leacock, yes, he's starting from the southern end. Lane, after a fiery spell again this morning, just picking up where he left off yesterday, Alonso. We were very impressed with him yesterday. And this morning, again, another short spell. I think he bowled three overs this morning. And that was a very good early spell.
The Windward Islands slide into defeat. They are 52 for 4.
Yes,
323 to win. I don't. The runs is out of it. Is a question of how long they will survive.
As Rambaran is punching this one through point. She's there looking for second, not being able to get it, and the score moves on to 161 for 7. So Alan, so we were speaking about Lane this morning, a very impressive spell.
Yes, he bowled good lines, good lengths. You could see that he was putting the effort in, and it was a spell that was deserving of a wicket. He bowled one yesterday, didn't get a wicket, his last spell, where he bowled some rapid deliveries to, and some testing deliveries to Ramlal, who was the rock of the early part of the Trinidad and Tobago innings. So he will be feeling justified with that wicket this morning.
Yes, as I think we saw a bit of inward movement as well from him in this particular spell this morning. Yesterday, and with the new ball, he was able to get the ball to move away from the right-handers. But we've seen he also has the ability to bowl with the old ball and perhaps get a little bit of reverse ball coming back into the right-handers.
Yes, it would be good if we could get a little close up on the ball to see the condition of it now. After 60 odd overs have been bowled with it, see if they have been able to keep a shine on one side and see the roughness on the other. Because, as you quite rightly said, the reverse usually goes the other way after a few overs.
Yes, Roberts as well. I think he has bowled a better line today. He has actually looked more threatening on that particular line. I think he perhaps missed the trick yesterday in terms of trying to bowl a bit too short and ended up not being as effective as perhaps he was in the first innings. But this morning, what we have seen from him is a good length, and he has been able to trouble the Trinidad and Tobago lower order batsmen.
Absolutely, and Leacock so far seems to be getting a similar type of inward movement to what we saw from Lane.
As Chase is hitting this one, should be an easy catch, and he's gone. Well, in the last over, he looked a bit uneasy, trying to play a lot of shots so far, and I think he'll be very disappointed with that. The Rambaram himself will be very disappointed with that. He was looking to build a partnership. It was a shortish delivery, and he was looking to pull that one Chase. Just got the top edge and a safe catch there at mid-wicket. So the score is now 161 for the loss of 8.
It is something that I mentioned before the start of this over, at the end of the last over from Roberts, that he just looked very unsettled and uneasy at the crease. And that last shot really proved it in the end. And that was, he will be very disappointed with that. Having your vice captain at the other end, you're looking to put up a total for Barbados to chase. And that was your manner of dismissal with your vice captain on 40 odd not out. You'll be very disappointed with that shot.
We've seen a lot of similarities between both of these innings in terms of team being in a very good position overnight, and then the next morning we have seen a serious collapse of some sort.
Well, I mentioned it before we started this morning that each morning you get wickets, and it's a function of the overnight conditions. The fact that there will be a little bit of moisture under the covers and so on. But the other part that we have to think of as well is the situation of the game, and it seems as if both teams have missed that trick in terms of how to approach the first hour on each morning. They really should have dug in, and then from there on look to expand. And I think that was what was missing this morning, and they have taken a few wickets. Rambaran is still out there, and Agard has come to join him.
Yes, I think he got a promotion based on his performance in the first innings.
Yes, both of them. After that partnership, we were speaking of during that partnership in the first innings between Agard and Chase, that based on the way that they were shaping, that it seems as if they should have been batting higher in the order, and so said, so done.
Rambaran, he's on strike this time. Just watching that one go by to be taken by the wicketkeeper. So he now will have a lot of thoughts harboring in his head in terms of how he goes about playing from here on.
Well, I think based on what we saw from Agard, who did not play a shot in anger in the first innings, he did some peculiar leaves that we were well entertained by. But I think he would have some confidence that Agard would at least try to defend. He will not be as aggressive as we saw from Chase. And then I think after, if anything, if there's a dismissal and he's with the last wicket, which would be Singh, I think then he would have to expand. Or he may choose to expand a little bit later on as he feels more comfortable in this partnership.
It's definitely not the start that Trinidad and Tobago were looking for this morning. Remember, overnight they were 153 for 5, a lead of 106. And so far this morning they've lost 3 wickets. So that would have set them back quite a bit. Maybe a revise of the target that perhaps they had in mind is needed. But for the time being, I think it's just about getting a partnership going. We have seen so far that whenever 2 batsmen have decided to bat and bat properly, as we would say, they tend to be able to build a partnership. And Trinidad would be hoping from their perspective that that is the case from now on. As Roberts continue from the far end, he has bowled well so far. I think what we've been most impressive with from Roberts is the length. Alanson, we alluded to that fact earlier in terms of a change of length. I remember on commentary yesterday, I was saying that looking at his pitch map, we had 93% of his deliveries being short.
Yeah.
I think a pitch map of this morning spell would be the complete opposite of that.
Absolutely, and it is a much needed change. As we saw, what you need now to do is to bowl directly to the stump for Agard, who is not going to play at anything wide of the stump.
It's a good short delivery. So he's, from time to time, he tends to remind the batsman that he has that in his armory, which is good. But in this particular spell, he has not overused it.
Yeah, that was a good line in terms of bowling the short ball just over middle and off. And Agard swayed out of the way nicely and allowed it to go through to the keeper. But Agard, it seems as if he has made up his mind that he will defend. So the vice captain could have a little bit more confidence in him, at least in his approach. Whether he will execute the plan is another thing. But he will know that Agard will be trying to hold his wicket up for me.
I think the thing is as well that both of these batsmen are also bowlers, frontline bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago. So it is in their interest to actually try and bat as long as possible and get some runs on the board to actually defend.
Definitely.
Another delivery outside the off stump. Agard, they're just watching that one go by to be taken by the wicket keeper. The score remains on 161 for the loss of 8 wickets.
Yes, and another one of those entertaining leaves from Agard. Seems to be a character. Saw it from him in the first innings. A bit more flourish after the ball had passed.
I think he's trying to perhaps slow down the game, which is not a bad thing. Just keep the bowler waiting a little bit longer. Another short delivery there again from Roberts. Agard getting under that one. Good take there by the captain, wicketkeeper, Boland.
So I think that the umpire is signaling that those are his 2 short deliveries for the over. He bowled one previously. So he cannot go to that length again. But I think that one he bowled it, I think it may have been one of those cases where you asked me to wait. So I'm going to dig it short to you. I've seen that quite often from fast bowlers.
Yes. Just need to maintain his focus, Roberts. Don't get carried away by the antics of Agard. As another over comes to an end. At the end of it, 67 overs gone. It's 161 for the loss of 8.
Yes, seems to be a very jovial character, Agard. I mean, that one, he left it alone, but with quite a flourish and swung his bat a few times afterwards around over his head. Quite entertaining indeed. But he's doing what is expected of him, which is he's not playing balls outside the off stump, and when they come on his stump, he's defending. And his vice captain, Rambaran, at the other, will say, at last, somebody is doing what I want them to do to support me here this morning.
In hindsight, maybe it was a case perhaps Agard could have come before Chase, because even in the first inning, we saw that Chase was perhaps the more attacking of the batsmen. Agard was more prepared to bat and stay there as long as possible. So maybe it was a case of him perhaps coming before Chase, especially having lost a couple of wickets early this morning.
That's true, and given the fact that the vice captain is already there and still there, so you have a top order batsman still at the crease, what they would want from the other end is just some support.
So it's Leacock again from the southern end. Delivery wide of the off stump, missing everything. Should be able to come back for a second. And they will. So further evidence of the lack of pace in the wicket as the umpire signal buys there was a wideish delivery. Went through the wicket keeper as well, and they came back for 2 byes. Further evidence, Alanson, of the lack of pace in this wicket in comparison to the first day where we saw a lot of deliveries going through to the wicket keeper at perhaps waist and chest height.
Well, that one was very full. It may have pitched just short of the crease. And usually when you get those deliveries that full, you can't really know whether they will go through, continue to shoot through, or in some cases they rise off of that edge of the pitch. So
another wildish delivery there. Rambaran having a flay at it. Perhaps a bit wider. Right?
Yeah, well, his approach now, it seems as if he's trying to get the runs. He's trying to add to the runs that his team desires. And so he's going after a few more deliveries now. But that one was really wide, really wide. A bit too wide for him to cut. If he had gotten something on that, it may have just been the bottom of the bat. So he should be more selective in terms of the line and length that he goes at.
Yes, he made a good point in terms of being more selective. Yes, you want to show positive intent, but at the end of the day, you have to select the right delivery to do so. So a lot depends on him now moving forward for Trinidad and Tobago. He has been there since yesterday. He started his innings very well, positively. As it neared close of play yesterday, he would have perhaps shut up shop a bit. And this morning now, he's just trying to get going again, get his feet moving in the right direction, and trying to build a lead. Build to the lead that the Trinidad and Tobago team currently have. As we see 3 slips, a man at point, man in the covers, a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. So it's still a relatively attacking field by the Barbadian captain, which is good to see. We would have complimented him yesterday in terms of how he was able to keep his close-in fielders in for a very long period of time. And here this morning, for the seamers, we are seeing that as well, even though the seamers are not getting the type of assistance that they were perhaps getting in the first innings. It's another delivery that is on a good length. Rambaran is just playing it out to cover. Score remains on 163 for 8.
Yes, well, Rambaran, I think what his plan would be now is to maybe at this point where they are just 116 runs ahead, he'll be thinking to himself that he needs to get a few more runs, try to get them maybe to 140, 150. That is, I think, would be probably the vicinity that they're aiming at, but he has to stay there for that to happen. I do not see Singh and Agard adding a lot of runs. They may be able to kill some time at the wicket, but they did not show themselves to be batsmen who will get the scoreboard ticking over. What we saw from Rambaran early in his innings yesterday is that he played the spin very well. And that might be something that was at the back of the minds of the Barbadians why they didn't start with one of the left-arm spinners, because that was something that Gunny made as a suggestion or possibility that they could have done in hindsight. And I think one of the things that may have caused them not to take that option might be the way that Rambaran played the left-arm spinners. He played them very well. He was able to collect a lot of runs against them. And generally, I would say they were risk-free runs. He played that kind of lap pull repeatedly against them. He was also able to drive them and cut them, and so he had a few options against the left arm spinner, and also played a couple of big shots against them for 6.
Definitely. It's another change in bowling. We see the fourth seamer, Springer. He'll be bowling from the northern end. I think it's his first spell from this end. Right, he's replacing Roberts. Bowled a good tidy spell this morning. Got the wicket of James, as we see 163 for 8. This delivery is wide outside the off stump once again, and Agardus leaving that one to go by to be taken by the wicket keeper. So Barbados doing what they know best in terms of getting their seamers into the attack and seeing how well they can bowl and make these breakthroughs all in the morning. And then the spinners perhaps would be introduced if doesn't go well for the Barbadian Pacers this morning.
Well, it is clear that they depend heavily on their pace attack as opposed to the Trinidad team.
This time is playing at one is caught. Just as we were praising him a while ago for not being interested in those deliveries outside the off stump, here it was a wide delivery, and he was trying to cut that one through point. He got an outside edge and a very good catch there by the wicketkeeper Bolden. So the 9th wicket goes down. It's 163 for the loss of 9.
Yes, totally out of character there from him. I think he lost the plot there, just lost his concentration there for a while and went after a wide one. It's something we didn't see from him in the first innings, and we did not see it from him up until this point. So really out of character. And I think now with the last man coming in, Singh, Rambaran now will be thinking that he really needs to get at the bowling to see how many they can get to add to the lead.
Yes, so Agard, he goes for a duck. Spent a little bit of time out in the middle, but unfortunately for Trinidad and Tobago, he was not able to stay there long enough to foster any sort of a partnership with Rambaran, who has been there since yesterday. So the last wicket, the last man in now is Vincent Singh. Yes, once again, he's another bowler. He's one of the key bowlers, and I'm sure he will want some runs to be on the board for him to defend.
Yes, especially as a leg spinner, because at some point you may think that with the leg spinner bowling there would be maybe a long hop here, a full toss there, and he would want to feel that even if he's hit, that he can go and attack again. He would want to be immediately on the defensive after a shot or two has been played against him. And at this point, the lead hasn't swelled to that point where they will feel that confidence. In fact, I would say now that the pendulum after this morning's play thus far has now swung in favor of Barbados.
Yes, definitely. I can recall you speaking yesterday about the type of totals that both teams perhaps would be confident with. You mentioned that 120 to 140 region where both teams will feel that they actually have a chance. We are slowly approaching that region. We are now 100. Trinidad and Tobago are now 116 runs ahead. But I just think perhaps, as you mentioned before, in terms of Singh, you're a leg spinner, you're liable to bowl a few bad deliveries, so you need a bit of a premium, a bit of a cushion in terms of runs.
Also, we cannot discount the way that the wickets have fallen and the rate at which they have fallen this morning and the effect that would have on the team's psyche when they come out to bowl, and also the psyche of the Barbadian team when they come out to bat. They will be buoyed, they will be feeling quite positive and enthused by the way that things have gone this morning. So that adds to it as well. So it means that even if they get them out for 120, because they had finished yesterday with over 100 lead for 5 wickets down. If they polish off the tail that quickly today, 5 wickets for maybe 20-25 runs, they will still feel that it's, I gave the range yesterday, but it would still be in favor of Barbados in my opinion, because that would not be enough runs based on the way things have gone this morning.
Good start there by Singh, getting in line with that first delivery he faced. Let's see how he goes again. He's back again and just pushing this one out to cover. Very confident start so far from him.
Yes, in the first innings he did not shape badly, but what happened is that the pace and the bounce really troubled him. I think of all the batsmen, he was the one who looked most at sea against the pace and the bounce, and in fact he kind of just tamely opened the face of one and guided down to the man at slip to be dismissed in the first innings.
I think he'll be a bit more confident with the pace and bounce that is being offered now. Springer, he's not the quickest as well, so should be able to negotiate this type of bowling, all things being equal.
Yes, so he will know what his job is, and I'm sure both him and the vice captain, they had a conversation, and the think tank of the team would have had a conversation with him before he stepped out. As you can see, much encouragement coming to him from the Barbados feelers. I'm sure they're telling him, you got to stay out there and support your vice captain, man.
I highly doubt that Alonso. Very jovial this morning, the Barbadian feelers. I think that comes due to the fact that they've been able to make some early inroads into the Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup. As another good over comes to an end there from Springer. At the end of it, it's 163 for 9. Trinidad and Tobago lead by 116.
Yes, so they are at this time, 116. It's still, I think, on the lower end of that range that I gave that will keep both teams very interesting. So I think that at the moment, as I said before, it's more in favor of the Barbadians. However, if these Trinidadian spinners, when they come out to bowl, are able to get in amongst the batsmen, they can take some wickets in quick succession. We saw that in the first innings. We saw when the wickets started to fall that they tumbled down, and we have seen that throughout the tournament actually from most teams that they have collapsed on several occasions.
To be Leacock again from his southern end, be bowling to Rambo, and he's hitting his one back, using his feet a bit more intent, as we were speaking about in terms of his intentions from now on. I think he still need to just hold his shape a bit. He has timed the ball well so far in the innings. Doesn't need to do anything different.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to charge the bowler. At the moment, there's no one deep except for the man at long leg. So, once he paces the infield, he should get some value for his shots.
Well, the delivery just staying down a little bit. On a length, on a good length, and just bouncing a couple times before being stopped by the wicketkeeper there. So the lack of pace again is evident in that particular delivery.
Yes, we have seen that now on a few occasions from Springer's bowling. He's not as tall as the other bowlers, skids it through. And unlike the first morning where he bent his back and got something out of the pitch, at this stage, it's keeping a lot lower than before.
This one is trying to force that one to the offside, not timing it as well as he should. And he gets no run. I think cricket also is a lot about momentum, Alanson. And what we've seen this morning, the Barbadian team, they have the momentum with them, and they'll be hoping that they'll be able to dismiss the Trinidad and Tobago team as quickly as possible and carry that momentum into their batting.
Absolutely. The opposite can be true. If these two put on 20 or 30 runs, then the momentum will shift.
I think what we've seen so far in the tournament is, as you mentioned, wickets have fallen in a cluster, and we've also seen some very sturdy lower order partnerships as well. 10th wicket partnership, 9th wicket partnership. And if our predictions go well based on what we've seen so far, I believe you might see another 10th wicket partnership here. At least from Trinidad and Tobago's perspective, they'll be hoping that is the case. Barbados, on the other hand, will be trying to wrap up the innings as quickly as possible. This one, a little edge there, just falling short of the wicket keeper. Should be able to get a boundary. Yes, a much needed boundary for Trinidad and Tobago. It was a shortish delivery on the leg stump line. Rambaran just swiveling, trying to play that pull shot that he has played very well against the spinners. Taking a bottom edge and just going down. The keeper basically had little chance there to stop that. And he gets another boundary. He moves on to 46. The score is now 167 for 9.
Yeah, I think what happened there is, as we have been saying this morning, the lack of bounce is now evident. It's a big change from what we saw 2 days ago.
Well played there by Rambaran, and he gets the strike. He gets to keep the strike. A delivery that was just on and about the off stump, and he just walked it out to cover and set off right away. And good run in there as well from Singh. Very good match awareness in that particular situation, knowing that it's important that Rambaran gets as much of the strike as possible from now on.
Yes, good cricket there all around. A good delivery and a good line and length outside the off stump. Rambaran, knowing that he wanted the strike, he was off quickly. Fielder was in quickly as well, but he waited that defensive shot nicely, didn't speed out to the fielder, so he was able to get the single. And of course, Vincent Singh, he was quickly off from the non-striker and knowing what was happening.
Yes, so the score moves on to 168 for the loss of 9, a lead of 121. So we are now into that 120, that range you spoke about earlier, Alanson, in terms of between 120 and 140, where both teams would be very confident that they can actually defend as well as chase that particular score. So we still have 3 slips. You have a man at point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a man at long leg. So the field is not quite spread as perhaps you would think, knowing the intentions of Rambaran. Just credit to the captain himself. Once again, he's using his feet there, Alan. So in the last over we mentioned that perhaps that is not the best option at this point in time.
No, I don't think so. And it's not as if he's using his feet and when he's playing the shot he's balanced and has a good base to hit the ball. He's basically running at the ball, and then when he's playing the shot he's totally off balance. So it would not go anywhere more than up in the air based on what he's doing. So he needs to keep his base and stay steady at the crease.
I think he has enough power and enough timing based on the evidence we've seen so far to just be still and just wait on that delivery, perhaps a fuller delivery, and drive it through the covers. There's no one back at extra cover or long off. So he should get value for his shots in the event that he times it very well. Or the pull shot also is something that he has played very well. There's no man back at deep square leg. So there are options there for him if the ball is in his arc, as he would say. Springer again. Rambaran is just walking this one to the man at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So 3 deliveries in the over so far. He'll be looking to farm the strike, as they would say, in these final overs, considering that Vincent Singh is the number 11 batsman.
Yeah, that one he turned straight to the man at mid-wicket. He'd be disappointed with that. That was on Midland, like he could have gotten some runs on that occasion.
Oh, this one is pulled up in the air, should be caught. Yes, and that's the end of the innings. A disappointing end there for Trinidad and Tobago. It was a shortish delivery, perhaps not as short as Rambaran would have liked. Skid through quite a bit. He went for the pull shot, and it's a top edge, and it was easily taken by the man at slip. So the Trinidad and Tobago innings come to an end. It's 168 all out, an overall lead of 121, Alanson.
Yeah, so they would need 122 to win the Barbados team, and based on the fact that this is at the lower end of the range, I think that the Barbados team will have the edge, I think, going into the innings. So Trinidad would have to bowl extremely well to prevent them from gaining a victory on this occasion. But we know that cricket is a game that we cannot predict. We have seen enough cricket over the years to know that anything can happen. And even if they have a good partnership at the beginning or somewhere in the middle, a few quick wickets can change things very rapidly. So it's interesting to see how it goes.
Yes, a very disappointing morning so far for Trinidad and Tobago fans. Trinidad and Tobago resuming on 153 for 5. They only added 15 runs this morning. They were all bundled out for 168. Barbados will be very happy with that effort this morning. They came out with a plan. They bowled well. They had good lines, good lengths, and the fielders were able to take the catches whenever they presented themselves in terms of opportunities. So, as we mentioned, the momentum now is with Barbados. They'll be looking to go and chase this total, a total that perhaps is not in the region the Trinidad and Tobago team were hoping for overnight.
Absolutely not. So it's all out, 168 all out for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Justin Jagasa, he was dismissed quite early yesterday. He was caught off the bowling of Leacock for 8. Nick Ramlal, very stodgy in his innings. He batted quite long. He was caught off the bowling of Joshua Dawn for 34. Dawn coming on as the part-time bowler and taking that key breakthrough. Kisundat, he was caught off the bowling of Lane for 0. Ramdu, he was caught off the bowling of Leacock for 10. Rajiv Ramnath, he was caught off the bowling of Stevenson for 30. Rambaran, last man out, the vice captain, he was caught off the bowling of Springer for 47, saying that pull shot. Orlando James, he made 17. He was the first man dismissed this morning. He was caught off the bowling of Roberts. Joshua Davis, he was caught off the bowling of Lane for 1. And Ricardo Chase, he was caught this morning off the bowling of Leacock for 1. And Agard, he was caught off the bowling of Springer without scoring. So 168 all out. They lead by 121. What about the bowling, Osden?
Well, we had Lane The most impressive of the fast bowlers on show, he bowled 14 overs, 2 for 24. Leacock, he bowled 13 overs, 3 for 41. Springer, he only bowled 4 overs, he got 1 for 2. Jaden Roberts, he bowled 8 overs, 1 for 17. Seeley bowled a very long spell yesterday. He bowled 15 overs, none for 30. Devon Stevenson, he bowled 12 overs, 1 for 25. Joshua Dawn, he bowled 4 overs and he got the big wicket of Ramlal yesterday. So Trinidad and Tobago 168 all out. Barbados would need to make 122 runs for victory.
So how do you see it going? Do you agree with the way I have commented on the position of the game at this point, wasn't it?
Well, as I mentioned yesterday, whatever score the Trinidad and Tobago team put on the board, we know that it's going to be a challenge for the Barbadian batsmen, considering the conditions we've seen so far and the potency of the Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack, especially their spinners. More so Vishan Singh, we saw a lot of turn and bounce from him in the first innings, and with the deterioration we've seen on the wicket in this second innings, I'm sure he's going to be a handful as well. In saying that, all Barbados really need is a good partnership. They also need somebody to perhaps just steer the innings, bat as long, perhaps play a Ramlal type of innings as Trinidad innings showed, and they should be able to overhaul this total if they're able to bat with any great deal of confidence, and they should win this one comfortably in the end.
All right, so those are the thoughts from Osnet Cato. We are here at the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars under 19 competition, the male teams, and Trinidad and Tobago versus the Barbados team, that age-long rivalry that we all know about. And the Trinidad and Tobago, they have just been dismissed for 168. It leaves the Barbados team needing a 122 for victory. We'll be back shortly when we have the reply of the Barbados team as they chase 122. We'll be back in about 5 minutes also with the reply.
Back here at the Arnos Vale playing field, the Trinidad and Tobago squad is out, running out to the middle, to be followed by the Barbadian opening batsmen. I suspect will be Perryman and Brown. Suspect those will be the opening batsmen. So Trinidad and Tobago is really calypso this morning. Resuming at 153 for 5. Things just went the other way, and as I said, the calypso continued. First of all, to go this morning was James. He was caught bowling off Roberts for 17 at 158. At 159, it was Davis who was caught Roberts off lane for 1. At 161, it was the 8th man out. That was Chase caught Perryman off Leacock for 1. 9 was Agard. He was caught bowling off Springer without troubling the scorers. And the final individual to be dismissed was Rambaran, caught Dawn off Springer at first for 47, 110 balls, 4 fours. Singh was left not out. There were 12 byes, 4 no balls, 1 wide. The fall of wickets 18, 22, 33, 78, 134, 158, 159, 161, 163, 168. So for the 59 minutes play this morning, they lost the last 5 wickets for 15 runs. Bowling for Barbados, Lane 14 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 29. Leacock 13 overs, no maidens, 3 for 41. Springer 4.4 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 2. Roberts 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 18. Seeley 15 overs, 5 maidens, no wickets for 30. Stevenson 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 25. Dawn 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 9. 168 off 70.4 overs. Barbados set 122 to win in 61 overs and 15 mandatory as we resume here just after about 11 minutes after 11. Perryman and Brown, am I right, ladies? Yes, I am. Perryman and Brown, the left-hander is Perryman? Yes, it is. So it will be Agard from this, the northern end, the left arm, medium fast over the wicket to bowl to Perryman, the left-hander. 3 slips and a gully go down. Agard in, outside the off stump, and they're allowed to go by to the wicket keeper, Kisunat, and there is no run. So Agard, he will continue from this, that northern end, and let's see what will happen. Just 122 to get. It sounds very easy, but it's not easy based on what we have seen thus far. 122 to win Barbados, set by TNT 11, 12 minutes ago. In goes Agard, outside the off stump, and defended out to square cover point, and there is no run. 3 slips, the gully go down. Lovely sunshine here this morning, and certainly Barbados have positioned themselves from this morning to try to effect an outright win. What we heard from the Cumberland area, Jamaica set the Windward Islands 323 to win, and the latest we got there was 67 for 6. 67 for 6. Yeah. Agard in outside the leg stump, taken cleanly by Kisunat, and there is no run. So a matter of 256 more. 77, right. Yeah, 77 for 6. Another 256 to win with 4 wickets intact, and that seemed to be a forlorn situation here for the Windwards at Cumberland. But here at Arnos Vale, brilliant sunshine. Agard to bowl to Perryman. First innings, he got a duck. He was caught Kisunat, the wicketkeeper. Same bowler Agard without scoring. Agard in. 2 wide outside the off stump to attract any attention from Perryman, taken cleanly, and there is no run. So Barbados set 122 to win, 61 overs plus 15 mandatory. I do not believe that the game will go down to those 15 mandatory over. I rather suspect it will finish before that. So clearly there is an outright win for either of these teams, whether it's Barbados, who is really in the ascendancy, or Trinidad and Tobago. 3 slips a gully, backward point, cover, mid-off. widest mid wicket and a long leg. As Agard from this the top end, another end in brilliant sunshine. This one tickles outside on his body, tickles away one, and they were thinking, contemplating a second, and they decided against it. So Perryman goes off the mark with one. He will avoid a king pay. 2 ducks in this match. He's on one without loss. Barbados set 122 to win in this Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under 19 tournament match. Of course, yesterday the Leeward Islands defeating Guyana quite comfortably at their Park Hill playing field. So they have a day off. And at Cumberland, when was the last we heard? 77 for 6, trying to get 323 for victory. That 323 seems a mile away from the Windward Islands batting lineup, having lost 6 wickets. And at Arnos Vale, in a more competitive game, Trinidad and Tobago set Barbados 122 to win. They are 1 without loss at the end of that first over by Agard. On length, 1 without loss. Barbados trying to get 122 to win.
Good start there by Agard. A couple of deliveries perhaps down the leg side, but overall he was on line, he was on length. As I mentioned before, in the first innings, he perhaps have a preference to bowl against the left-handers. He has troubled them even in the first game we saw at Park Hill. His ability to get the ball to move away from the left-handers is something unique to him. And he'll be looking to give his team some early breakthroughs here before the spinners come into operation. The other bowler appears to be Chase. He started as well in the first innings, bowled well. And he'll be looking, just as we mentioned for Agard, to get an early breakthrough for his captain.
So Chase will pick it up from the southern end. He'll be bowling to Perryman. Taking his guard and doing a little bit of scratching around the crease. Chase into Perryman. This one on the back foot, he goes and forces it out. They are coming for one, they're looking for a second one, and he has to hurry back to his crease as Brown with his back to the fielder. And Perryman came scampering down, and he had to hustle back to preserve his wicket. He's up to 2, and there's a little bit of a discussion there, but certainly it wasn't Perryman's fault. It's Brown's fault. He had his back to the field, and that's one of the things I pointed out yesterday to you, Cookie. Certainly, the bat should have been in his opposite hand, and his face would have been to the field, and he would have known it would have been a comfortable second run. But all ends well for Barbados. 2 without loss. Perryman and 2. Brown will be taking his first strike from Chase from the southern end, and there's a little bit of excitement there in the double-decker, so to speak, where there's a little bit of a talent show over there by one of our local coaches. If one outside the leg stump, why not attracting any attention there from Brown, taken cleanly by Kusunat, and there is no run. 2 without loss. Barbados set 122 to win in this game. Ongoing at the moment. There's a 100 tournament in England, there's a test match in England, and the West Indies supposed to be playing New Zealand in that 50 over day-night match starting around 1:30, 2 o'clock, somewhere around that area. So 2 o'clock, yeah, so we will have an update on that if we are here that long. Chase in. Brown looking to flick this one. There's an appeal for caught behind, and the umpire says not out. Looking to flick that one, may have taken the pad. And there was a very confident appeal by the Trinidad and Tobago team, the close fielders. Umpire says not out. And we saw a similar appeal when Barbados batted, not that vociferous, and a belated finger went up by umpire Brown from this end, and It was James who had to leave the arena. This one was on the opposite side, not out, says the umpire. Chase in. Wrong forward defensive in the approved fashion. Fielded, and there is no run. Two without loss. Barbados trying to get 122 for victory here. Trinidad and Tobago looking to keep the pressure on and see if they can dismiss Barbados within the 122. But something we hasn't taken into consideration, it could end up in a tie as well.
Never seem a very long way, Tony.
Huh?
As a tie seem a very long way.
Can be a long way. It's a matter if they can reach 122. If they end up at 121, it's a tie. As in goes Chase outside the off, somebody stabs that one out to gully, and there is no run. It is a distinct possibility that it can happen, although it's the least of the results that we expect to see. But it can happen. Force of the tie test, according to history, was in Australia with West Indies and Australia in 1961, where there was nobody expected a tie, but it happened. It can happen. So 2 slips, a gully, backward point, cover, straightish cover, mid off, straightish, mid wicket, wide, mid on, and long leg. Chase into Brong. Brong defended it by right on target, and Brong defended it well. Out to mid off. No run. 2 without loss. Barbados trying to get 122 for victory.
A reasonable start by Chase there. End up bowling some good lines, and the Barbadian batsmen have looked reasonably comfortable. We have not seen any sort of discomfort or any rashness in their stroke play so far. So Barbados would be quite happy with the start they've made so far. Trinidad and Tobago, as I mentioned to you before, they'll be looking for wickets.
Fielders moving around slowly. For sure, we're not going to end this game before lunch. That is for sure. Sometime maybe after tea, and who knows, it may go after tea. You're never too sure what is going to happen at this level of cricket, and based on the scores, anything goes. 3 slips, a gully, backward point, straightish cover, mid off, no mid on, straightish mid wicket, and a long leg, wide. Agard, the left arm medium fast from this, the top end is here is Perryman looking to sway that one some way closer to St. Lucie in Barbados, misses and taken, and there is no run. But certainly an ill-advised attempt at a shot there by Perryman, wasn't it?
Trinidad and ish type of shot. We have to say that. In terms of what we've seen from Trinidad in their second innings. Played some similar type of shot. That ball perhaps going away from him as well, which makes the shot even more dangerous.
Fortune favors the brave. He missed. Taken clean by Kissunat. 2 without loss. Barbados set 122 to victory. This one certainly beaten. Opened the face, and it is going close to the rope. The third man, I think it has reached. We await on the umpire, yes. There's a good delivery there from Agard, and he squared him up, took the outer portion of that between third slip and gully, and it ran towards the ropes at third man. So he has gone for 4, and the total up now to 6 with Perryman on all 6.
Yes, I think perhaps a change in field is needed. The man at fine leg perhaps could go over to third man, because most of Agard's delivery is pitching and moving away from the left-hander. So it's highly unlikely that the ball will end up at fine leg. More than likely, the batsman will be able to perhaps run it through the slip cordon, and with the limited runs on the board, I think third man is a better position.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation for skipper Ramnath in terms of the field placing with the limited score that he has. This one outside the off stump again, the general area that Agard bowls, and you're quite right. Maybe you can move the long leg and put him over to third man, or maybe 2 slips and 2 gullies and have a defense. So it's really in between the devil and the deep blue sea in relation to the scores. Just 122, trying to get an early wicket, At the same time, it can go easily for a boundary between third slip and gully, because Agard is definitely keeping those delivery on or outside the off stump more often than not. Agard in brilliant sunshine again, good delivery, right on target. He squares him up again, and some intelligent bowling here by Agard. Barbados 6 without loss, not being handled well by Perryman.
Just to add to the point in terms of what I made a while ago, you don't want your bowler good delivery, he's still suffering in terms of a boundary. So that's what I was saying in terms of getting the man a third man, because that ball wasn't a bad delivery, but it ended up going for 4 runs.
Singh, Agard, from the top end in, and he plays at this one, a short lifter, stayed in his crease and flayed at it, took the outer portion of that, flew over the head of the slip cord and down to the boundary for 4, and it really strengthened your point in terms of having the third man rather than the long lady. You would have certainly stopped that one. They probably would have gotten 1, maybe 2, but it's a boundary. Again, it's 10 without loss, but certainly a false shot there by Perryman, and Trinidad and Tobago skipper Ramnath really need to look at his field plays and quite correctly give credence to what you were saying.
Yes, I think the Barbadian batsmen are also showing a bit of positive intent, especially against the seamers early. I think they know that the spinners would be difficult to score from, so they're trying to perhaps get as much runs off the seamers as possible.
And a third man is really needed in this situation where he's bowling most of the deliveries outside the off stump.
Okay, I thought the fine leg was going to move to third man. Yes,
they have heard you. They have modern technology. They have heard what we were discussing, and correctly now they have put the third man. He certainly would have stopped those 2 boundaries, and Agard paid the price. Not bad bowling, it's just one of these situations. 10 without loss. Perryman and 10. Brung yet to score Agard outside the off stump where he normally delivers those balls, and is taken cleanly by Kisuna. 10 without loss, trying to get 122 Barbados. It's just about 26 minutes after 11, and it's seemingly the attack is taken up by Perryman to Agard, and quite rightly you said they're trying to get as much runs as possible from the seamers, because they know the spinners will be introduced not too long from now, and that is their boogie, so to speak.
Yes, a good start by Barbados, the type of start they've been looking for, in terms of they haven't really been in any sort of trouble as such. We had an outside edge going down from Perryman in the last over, but he ended up getting a boundary from it as well. So a good start by them, and they'll be looking to just carry on this opening partnership as long as possible, perhaps until lunch.
Maybe until the spinners arrive. As Chase in, and there is Brown walking us out on the onside. They're looking for a short, sharp single. The return came in, struck the stump, but umpire Atlas. Bowler's end says not out. Then the return struck the stump, went over on the offside. The fielder had a shot, hit the stump, so there was a second appeal, so there was run out asking for at both ends.
I think we've seen some iffy running from Perryman so far. The last over as well, he was trying to come back for a second run and was sent back by his partner. This situation as well, being sent back as well, so just need to settle down a bit. There's no need to get any needless run out at this time. They've started well as an opening pair, and they should continue in that particular vein.
I think what is happening in his mind, he wants to get the striker, particularly really fast bowling on. I think that is what is happening to him, but he needs to just calm it. Chase in, and he clips this one to mid-wicket. They're going for another non-existent single. Again, there's an appeal for run out. The umpire shakes his head, not out. What it is that's going through the mind of these 2 batsmen. 10 without loss. From 2 deliveries, we have had an appeal for 3 times now for run out, and certainly it was a suicidal attempt at looking for a run, non-existent single, but he survived.
I think a direct hit there by Ramla will have had him struggling gunny, but the throw to the wicket keeper was not really the best, so he had to jump quite a bit and bring it from top to bottom. It really gave Brong a chance to get back in time. So both batsmen now having a chat in the middle of the pitch, perhaps saying to each other, better carding is needed, better communication, That delivery was stroked to the man at mid-wicket. He got a good bounce as well, I think, Ramlal. But as I said before, direct hit perhaps would have been detrimental to Akeem Brown.
But he has survived. He has survived. And let's see what happened with this crazy running continues. In this one, back to the bowler, and there is no run. The most I can say is some crazy running, because there's absolutely no need, no hurry to try to look for quick single. It's not a 10-10 game. It's not a 20-20 game. They have all the time in the world. Lunch is about half an hour from now, and they're probably looking to come to have some good Vincent lunches. I'm not too sure. But they need to stop this crazy running. There's lots of time ahead of them as Brown faces up to Chase from the southern end, medium fast bowler from TNT. This one outside the leg stump, a lot of bounce, and he pulls it square on the leg side, and they're going to get 2 runs this time. Better running this time. Short of a length on his body, and he swiveled in his crease and just pulled it around. So Brown goes up off the marks with 2. It's now 12 without loss. Trinidad and Tobago having said Barbados 122 to win. Barbados 12 without loss. Chase continues from the southern end, but certainly a delivery on his ball, and he pivoted and got 2 for a pretty good shot. In, and this one outside the off stump, and he pushes it back to the bowler, and there is no run. 12 without loss. There's really and truly no need to hurry to try and get to 122 with one shot. You need to stay there and have some pride in coming with a not out at about 40 there, about maybe a half century, rather than trying to get yourselves run out. That's the best thing I can say. But be that as it may, I hope that they will settle and bat and play the right shot at the deliveries that are served up by Chase into Brown. Right on target this time. Really, this is the thing to do. Defend and defend very well indeed. You are an opening batsman. Defend it. You're showing the propensity towards batting properly. It's just the running between the wickets is really the problem. Windward Islands, the latest we heard was 87 for 7 at Cumberland, trying to get 223 to win. So they're really behind the 8 ball. Would it finish before lunch, or would they continue after lunch? We're not sure. Wasn't it?
Yes, that was a good over there by Chase. I think the last delivery depicts the type of length that he should be bowling, in terms of a good length, just nipping back, getting the ball to come back a bit to the right-hander. Only in the over, it's a short delivery. I don't think he has the pace to really trouble the batsman at that particular length. So it's a matter of learning quickly and realizing the type of length that you should be bowling on this particular wicket. Windward Islands, as you said, they're behind the 8 ball, they're gunny hinds. It will take a close to a miracle for them to really get any sort of points out of that game at Cumberland.
Agard, left arm fast medium bowler from the northern end, and forces this one beautifully through the onside for 4. Short of a good length on his body, and Perryman clips this one wide of mid-wicket to the boundary for 4, and he is in a no-nonsense mood, maybe trying to get as much runs as possible off the seamers for Trinidad and Tobago. He rolls up to 14, 16 without loss, trying to get another 106 for victory for Barbados.
Yes, he has shown positive intent from his arrival at the crease. That delivery was just a short of a length on middle leg stump, and he played a wonderful pickup shot, which you have seen a shot played by a lot of Barbadians, both currently and in the past as well.
I think Sherwin Campbell was known for that type of shot. The opening batsman out of Barbados. Agard into Perryman outside off stump. Too wide to attract a shot taken by the keeper, and there is no run. 16 without loss with Perryman on 14, Brown on 2, as Agard from this, the left arm fast medium bowler from the top end. And they're putting pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago skipper towards making decision. Still looking for a breakthrough. 3 slips and a gully. Backward point, cover mid-off. Straightish mid-wicket or mid-on, and a long leg. But they've reverted rather than the third man and push the fielder back to long leg rather than the third man. As In goes Agard outside the off stump. Again, 2 wide to a tractor shot, and there is no run. No run. 16 without loss. Barbados trying to get 122, another 106 for victory as Agard goes back, comes walking back to his mark. Lovely sunshine here at Arnos Vale in SVG. Cricket West Indies Rising Stars under 19 tournament, 3-day tournament here. 3 venues in St. Vincent and Grenadines, Arnos Vale playing field, Cumberland playing field, and the Park Hill playing field. Again, similar situation, 2 wide outside the off stump. Maybe if they were playing a 2020, that certainly would have been called a wide.
Yes, he just hasn't been able to find the line that is required. He's getting the ball to move away from the left-hander as we have seen throughout this tournament. But just this innings, he has just not been able to get the right line, which is something that his captain will be looking to him to find as quickly as possible. There's not a lot of time, and the scoring rate of the Barbadians at this time doesn't give him a lot of time to find the correct length.
It's not easy to bowl to a 7-2. It's a 7-2 field. 7 on the off, 2 on the on is not easy. He must keep that line just where he's delivered again, outside off stump, and no addition to the total, 22 without loss. 16 without loss, trying to get 122. But it's not easy to be bowling to a 7-2. You have to keep that line. The moment you're straight on the stumps, they're going to be clipped away, and its runs will go against your name and against your team. 16 without loss. As Perryman faces Agard, you can expect another delivery outside the off stump. Let's see what happens. In. Again. Beautiful delivery this time. Just probing on outside the off stump, but closer to the stumps this time than previous. And as I said before, Ramnath is in a bind, so to speak. He has the 3 slips, he has the gully looking for all the snick, all the wicket, and the total is not too large so he can afford too many runs. So we'll see exactly what he will do from the bowling change at the top end, or would he start reverting to his spinners? How many overs has gone so thus far? 6, 7, 5 has gone. So we have seen instances in this cricket where spinners are taking any ball. So
yes, I think the captain has to decide also whether or not, what capacity is he intending to use Agard in. We know Agard is a strike bowler. So as you mentioned, his 6-3, he perhaps is a bit defensive. We'll get back to that after this delivery.
This one driven sweetly over the intended airborne, over mid-on for 2. It's pitched up sort of on a good line, good length, and he went through the shot with more like a 20-20 type shot over the man at mid-off, and he collects 2 runs. So Brong following up, and Perryman, he goes up to 2, and the intention is clear: get as much runs as possible off the Seamans.
Yes, I don't think it will be long before we see one of the spinners being introduced. More than likely Singh.
Chase in. This one outside the off stump, and he pushes it out, fielded by the man running away from gully, and there is no addition to the total. It's what? 18 without loss, with Perryman on 14 and Brown on 4. The intentions are very, very clear. And I rather suspect it wouldn't be long, maybe an over 2, before we'll see the introduction of the spinners.
Yes, definitely.
Chase from the southern end. Brilliant sunshine here at Arnos Vale. Outside the off stump, taking the edge, and they don't think it has enough to reach the boundary. They have 1. They're coming back for a second, and that ball peel off. That's all they will have. The return comes in. 2 more runs to Brong. He's up to 6, 20 without loss. But that shot certainly peel off the edge between second slip and gully. Collected 2 valuable runs as far as Barbados is concerned.
Yes, a good start once again from Barbados. Runs, we say, leaking at this point in time. They're scoring very freely. There hasn't been any sustained period of pressure so far by the Trinidad and Tobago seamers. And I think that would be the disappointing part for the captain himself. And as we mentioned before, I'm sure he will go to his spinners at some point in time.
So the gully has been removed to a 3rd slip. So 3 slips. Chase in. This one stands up tall and pushes it out on the offside, fielded by straightish cover, and there is no run. So as I said, with just a limited amount of runs, so to speak, we are seeing a situation whereby Ramnath has to make some crucial decisions, whilst a Barbadian opening batsman in Perryman and Brown has settled in and is getting the runs irrespective of how they are coming. They are getting the runs and narrowing the gap between the total at the moment and the victory target. Chase in, and here is Perryman pulling us one short of a length. He pivots on the back foot and pulls this one through mid-wicket for another double. So he goes up to 8. He's up to 8. Perryman on 14, 22 without loss is exactly 100 needed for victory for Barbados, who is definitely in the ascendancy, having dismissed the remaining 5 Trinidad and Tobago batsmen this morning for 15 runs, and at the moment 22 without loss, and making life a little easier for the rest of the batting lineup. Chase in, good delivery, and lifting outside the off stump, pushes it out, and there is no run. 20 without loss, 22 without loss, 14 to Perryman, 8 to Brown, 100 more needed. So after a few words from you, Osnet, it will be to Alanson Cruikshank.
Yes, another good over for Barbados, getting a couple of twos in that particular over. So runs, as I mentioned before, flowing pretty freely. We've not seen a lot of deliveries going past the outside edge or anything of that nature. So for Trinidad and Tobago, it has been not a very good start for them in the second innings, and they'll be hoping that they get a breakthrough pretty soon, especially with the lunch and interval coming up. So, Alanson, over to you.
Out of Cumberland, Windward Islands, 98 for 8. For 9, we've just been told another wicketer that's making the report to you. 98 for 9. So maybe they will all be finished before lunch and everybody will enjoy their lunch, I suppose. 98 for 9. Windward's trying to get 322 to win. The thing with it is they're waiting for the fat lady to come for the singing to start.
Good morning and good afternoon to all our viewers. Yes, it's true. Seems like I've been here for a long time.
98 for 9, Windward Islands at Cumberland, as you'll continue the broadcast. But the Trinidad and Tobago Ramnath continues to keep this attacking feel.
Well, he doesn't have much of a choice at this time. The only way he's going to win the game, is if he takes 10 wickets. So he has no choice.
Yes, the Trinidad and Tobago continue to search for wickets. Agard, the strike bowler so far in the tournament, opening bowler, he has bowled reasonably well without being totally threatening. Perhaps he's not as straight as he should be. Some of his lines, deliveries have been a bit too far outside the off stump. I believe the shot that Perryman played earlier kind of making him not want to get too close to him, especially at that particular length, Alanson.
Yes, we were speaking off during the break between innings, and I was saying that if I were the Barbados team, Barbados openers, I would be going very hard at the pace bowlers, given the propensity for them to succumb to the spinners, so to speak. And so said, so done. We have seen Perryman in particular play some very aggressive shots, and also now Brown is expanding his stroke play as well. So an interesting period here.
It's clear that was the instruction from the dressing room in terms of trying to be positive against the fast bowlers without being reckless. It must be said that you have to be selective as well. You haven't seen helter-skelter type of batting from the Barbadian openers. It's just a matter of them pouncing on deliveries that offer them a bit of an opportunity to express themselves.
Absolutely, and that's what we expect to see from them.
Not a good delivery there by Agard. Every now and then he has been able to pitch the deliveries on the correct line. I think the line is what is important to him. He has always been able to get the ball to move away But where he starts the delivery, I think is very important, especially against Perryman. And he will have dismissed Perryman in the first innings, caught at second slip, I think. So he'll be looking for a similar type of dismissal.
Yeah, he gets that hooping swing with the new ball, and he really has to pitch it around, maybe just outside or off stump.
It's another tempting delivery there. Bit fuller this time, but Perryman this time decides that he's not going to have any go at that one. And at the end of that over, it's 22 for the loss of no wicket.
It's very good over there. In terms of the run scoring, the Trinidad team will be pleased with that, but they haven't gotten a wicket, and it's wickets that they want. So you would have the bowler and the captain would have been more pleased to see Perryman having made to play or defend his wicket with more of those deliveries. And it was just a matter of time, as we said before, the spinners were introduced. I was saying off air that around the 5th or 6th over you would see that, but now it's the 6th over that is going to be bowled, or is it the 8th? The 8th over, and so it looks like Rambaran,
yes,
vice captain, is coming into the bowling, left arm orthodox spinner. He'll be bowling to Brown. And you're looking at the field, there is a man at first slip, a second slip, or more of a gully when it's just a spinner. And there is a backward point, a cover point, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg.
I think it's a good move here by the captain to introduce Rambaran as he comes up bowls, and this delivery is pushing it back down to the bowler. He doesn't really turn the ball a great deal, but what he has is very accurate, and he has a good delivery that skids on to the right-handers. So he'll be looking for perhaps a bowler LBW type of dismissal. And this one is flicked to the man. Oh, it's just evading Ramlal there. Was a full toss on the line of the leg stump. Brown trying to hit it out to mid-wicket. Went in the air. Dive there by Ramlal. Perhaps not as tall as is required at that point in time. And Brown lives to fight another day.
Yeah, as you would say in local cricket, that one measured him. He just needed a few more inches to get to that one. But almost got a wicket within his first over. And it would not have been his best delivery either, was that?
I think throughout this match we've seen some wickets being received without, in terms of bad deliveries, like rank, long hops and full tosses. So that is something Trinidad will have at the back of their minds, and hope that they'll be able to benefit from that at some point in time. As Rambaran again, he'll be bowling this time to Perryman, who's driving out to cover, and there's no run. It's an interesting field here. We don't have anybody back on the boundary on the leg side, which is surprising. So if Perryman wishes to sweep or anything, he can have some value for his shots.
Well, I think that they're tempting him to take a shot across the line. Rambaran is quite straight as a spinner, so they probably would want that result from Perryman and hope that he misses to get the LBW or the ball.
Yes. It's a very good start, once again, we said before, from Barbados. They're 23 without loss. It's a positive start. This delivery is the quicker one, a bit straight, and Perryman spots it early and just walks it out to mid-wicket. He gets another single. So he pushes his total on to 15. Barbados are 24 without loss.
Yes, so in between the innings, we said that Barbados were in the better position. And of course, with the start that they have had, they are in an even better position. Of course, we have not yet seen the introduction of the wrist spinners, who are the ones who really pose a challenge to the Barbados team, in particular Singh, because they had to pick which way it was going. When you have a bowler who is threatening both edges, you can spin it past both edges, then it becomes a lot more of a challenge as a batsman.
Yes, I think we're going to see the introduction of Ramlal. Quite surprised at that, Alanson, perhaps Singh before Ramlal.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised, but I was thinking to myself too, even when Rambaran was introduced, is it a case that the wrist spinner is waiting for the ball to get a little older? Sometimes there are wrist spinners who don't want to bowl with the ball with the lock on it. It can be difficult for them to keep control of it, so that may be the case as well.
Yes, very good. So it's Ramlal who batted well. So he'll be looking to carry that confidence of his batting over into his bowling.
Yeah, he got a couple of wickets in the first innings as well, with his Chinaman left arm wrist spin.
As he starts, just walks that one down to a short fine leg position. He gets a single.
Well, that was a good. That's good. What we have seen here so far from the Barbadian batsmen against the spinners. They are looking, unlike the first innings, they are looking to rotate the strike against the spin. We didn't see that from them in the first innings. They were not rotating the strike against the spinners. They did so against the quick bowlers, but it seems now that their intent on scoring in whatever means possible.
I think maybe with a set target in mind in terms of a total of 122 that is needed. You know what you have to do. You know the runs on the board. You know what you're expected to do. So I think that helps as well in terms of your decision making. When you're batting first, you don't really have a set total in mind. So then your batting tends to be a little bit different.
Yes, and we see a full delivery there from Ramlal. Slow, flighted outside the off stump. Brown was looking to drive through the covers. He was beaten outside the off stump there.
So Ramlal, as usual, getting the ball to turn away from the right-handers. Appreciably, it must be said. This one again, another good delivery, testing delivery outside the off stump. Good field, we have a slip, we have a man at forward short leg as well. I believe that is Jagasar, that is specialist position.
Yeah, that's the googly he just bowled there, that one that turns away from the right-hander.
This one a bit short, coming back in. Yes. So the length is important here. I think what we've seen in the first innings as well, that most of the batsmen tend to play him off the pitch. So he has to be fuller and create that sort of uncertainty in the batsman's mind.
It's a better length there on that time, on that occasion, wasn't it? Probably slightly full if you want to be overcritical, but that's where he wants to be, where he needs to be. He needs to get them to come forward. Because when he's bowling quite slowly, so if they're reading him off the pitch, playing him off the back foot, they have an opportunity to do so because of the pace at which he bowls.
Yes, a good start there by Ramlal. Good control throughout that entire over. At the end of it, it's the end of the 9th over, it's 25 without loss.
It's 25 without loss after 9. Show the Barbados team. If you told them that at the beginning of the day that they would be in this position, they would have jumped for joy and certain that they will say that so far in the session the accolades have gone to them. They would want the next 10-15 minutes or so just before lunch to keep this partnership intact, no matter what the score is going into lunch, because they already have the runs required in the double figures bracket, so it's less than 100 needed. In fact, it's exactly 97 that they need for victory, and they'll be pleased with that going into lunch. The Trinidad team would want to have a think as to how they're going to get the next 10 wickets.
This one is hit uppishly. Would it be caught? Yes. A rather soft dismissal there for Perryman. It was, I think, Rembrandt would have changed his line. He came around the wicket this time, and it was a flighted delivery. Perryman perhaps threw the shot a bit too early, and he just spooned it to the man at mid-off. So a very soft dismissal there. For Perryman, he goes for 16. It's 25 for 1.
Well, it's a naughty shot, I would say. He was looking to turn that through the onside, and it seemed more of almost a leading edge. He was looking to loft it over the onside. Looking at the shot, you have to remember that Rambaran, we already said he was bowling with the older ball in the first innings, and we already said that he doesn't get much turn. So he's definitely not going to get a lot of turn with the new ball. And so he should have been looking to play that one straighter, and or even maybe just through mid-off or so with the angle, instead of looking to hit through the onside. So, and big wicket there because Perryman was the main aggressor. He was the one who was keeping the scoreboard moving, and he'll be replaced by the dogged Joshua Don.
Yes, a good wicket there for Trinidad and Tobago. Just when we saw their shoulders dropping a little bit in terms of their frustration at not having a breakthrough so far, we have the vice captain there who had a very good day with the bat. And he has been able to get an early wicket as well, which will do his confidence a world of good.
Absolutely, absolutely. And as predictably, the first wicket has fallen to spin. No surprises there. And it's definitely going to be that contest, Barbados batting against the spin of Trinidad and Tobago.
What has happened here is that the injured team
Is that James?
Not too sure who took the catch. We know it's James.
Yeah, it appears to be James.
He's back up. He's walking off.
That's-
He apparently got injured on his shoulder. It's taking that catch. The temporary head of the back now, and if he's out in the field, it seems as if some temporary relief has been found by him. Let's see what goes with it.
Just seemed to be holding his back a bit. Not sure if when he dropped on the floor there,
He may have landed awkwardly.
Awkwardly, yes.
Yeah, he may have landed awkwardly while taking the catch. But he's walking off fairly okay, so hopefully he will be fine. But the physio there looking to apply some of that magic spray, the cold spray to his back.
So it's Joshua Dunn, who batted for a very long time in the first innings. They didn't really score a lot. I think he scored 27. He faced over 100 deliveries as well. So, I think they would have crossed. So it's actually Brown on strike. It's a dead ball signal there. Brown perhaps seen something in the background. Yes, just a bit about Don. Don would have faced over 100 deliveries in the first innings, and he made 27. Something similar to that perhaps would win this game for Barbados.
Absolutely. And it would definitely frustrate the opposition team, the Trinidad team. As Brown is on strike. Let's see how Brown goes now against the spin bowling.
Moran, this one is flatter. Just rushing through quite a bit. As we mentioned before, he doesn't give the ball a lot of air. He doesn't turn the ball a great deal. I think what is his strength is his accuracy and his ability to change his pace as well. This one outside the off stump. Brown very watchful. I think he'll be mindful of the closeness to lunch. I think we have about 5 minutes or so before lunch. Trinidad and Tobago will be looking to get another wicket before lunch, while Barbados will be looking to just see off this spell and come back after lunch.
Yeah, if they are able to get another wicket, the Trinidad and Tobago side before lunch, they will think that they are really back in the game. They will be pleased with the one wicket that they have gotten so far, but I think the Barbados team will still be satisfied with their position. But if they are able to prize another one or two before lunch, well, then definitely they will be right back in it.
I think what we have seen so far also in this game and also in the tournament, Alanson, is that wickets tend to fall in a cluster. We mentioned that during the Trinidad and Tobago's innings. We have seen some good partnerships, some promising partnerships, but whenever one wicket falls, it often leads to others falling as well.
Yes, and the Barbados team will be hoping that that won't be the case. But the Trinidad team will be looking to effect something similar.
It's a good delivery there. On the line of the off stump, Brown coming forward. Plays it out to Jagasar at short leg, and there's no run. It's the end of a successful over there for Rambaran. A maiden wicket. At the end of it, it's 25 for 1.
Yeah, that's good wicket maiden there. He was successful in dismissing the dangerous Perryman who packs a punch, strapping that, and he was going after the bowling. But as soon as the spin was introduced, we saw something a little bit different. And what we're going to see now most likely from here on, from the Trinidad and Tobago side to the Barbadian batsmen, is a diet of spin bowling for sure. Yes,
definitely. We'll reach a stage where we'll see some long spells from the spinners, rotating the spinners as well. Remember, we have Joshua Davis as well and Vasant Singh. So 4 spinners, 4 frontline spinners. So just like what we saw with the Barbadian seamers, they were rotated from time to time. I think the Trinidad and Tobago captain as well will be rotating his bowlers as this delivery is flighted. A good delivery. And that's Dawn. He's off the mark with a single true point. One more added to the total, 26 for 1.
Yeah, that one just a little bit too full. We were talking about Ramlal needing to bowl a fuller length, but that one was essentially a half volley. So it doesn't matter which way it was turning, the batsman was able to get to the pitch by just putting his front foot down the wicket.
This delivery just turning a bit, getting an outer portion of the bat. Perhaps that is a better length, not as full as the one before. And it's on the line of the middle and off stump, so he has to play at it. think as Ramlal get older, he'll get to realize the pace that at which he needs to bowl from time to time if he is to really trouble top international players.
Yes, and that one was a bit fuller. Again, back onto the full length. That was a half volley. They're driven to extra cover. The run conceded as the captain Rambaran fielded.
But he has been very accurate considering the ball is still relatively new. I think we mentioned that perhaps is the reason why the captain would have chosen him ahead of Singh at this point in time. He has shown that he has a great degree of competence bowling with a relatively new ball. It's a good delivery there, just bouncing a bit. Bit of bounce. And perhaps keeping the man at silly mid off there a bit interested.
Is there a case for a shot like Osnet? Something that we spoke about even in the first innings.
Yes, but as we mentioned, the captain is in a very difficult place in terms of where exactly do you think he should remove a fielder and bring in that short leg from?
Well, seeing that it's just before lunch, he could bring him from anywhere actually. I don't think that the Barbados batsmen will be, well, now we have lunch.
It's actually lunch. So maybe perhaps for the last two deliveries, he could have actually brought in one of the guys in the deep.
Yeah,
and put a little bit more pressure on the Barbados batsmen there. But a very good morning so far for Barbados. You must say, if you have to give some points like a boxing game, I think Barbados would be leading.
Yes, they would. And you'd say that at 26 for 1 in pursuit of 122, that they're definitely in the better position of the two sides. But with the spinners coming on, we have already seen since their introduction that things have changed. They have taken a wicket and the run scoring has stymied significantly from what it was when the Pacers were in operation. So, what do you say at this point, Osnet? 26 for 1.
It's Barbados slightly ahead, but Trinidad and Tobago would definitely have hopes of winning as well, considering their spinners. We haven't seen their premier spinner as yet in terms of Singh. I think his spell will be very important. And as we mentioned before, the first hour after the break again would be important. Just as it was this morning when we started, the first hour after lunch again would be important. If Trinidad is able to get perhaps 2 or 3 wickets, especially Dawn at this point in time, seem to be the linchpin of the batting as well as the captain, then they'll feel that they're in a better place. Barbados will be looking to start fresh after the break and perhaps just tick off these runs in tens or small blocks of tens. Currently it's 96. So I think Barbados slightly ahead, but Trinidad will also have their hopes up as well.
All right, so we now go over to Gunny Hines, who will just give a summary of the play so far just before we break for lunch, Gunny.
Yes, and at lunch, Barbados set 122 for victory, 61 overs and the 15 mandatory, 26 for 1, but still in front, basically, another 96 runs with 9 wickets. Brong 10 not out, Don 1 not out, Perryman caught James off Rambaran for 15, the wicket fell at 25, and it has really been Barbados this morning. They resumed, Trinidad and Tobago resumed at 153 for 5, and they were dismissed for 168 of 70.4 overs. And Rambaran, he got 43, last man out. The rest of the batting did not show any real guts, so to speak. How many made? 100? And just get an update from Cumberland. Apparently the game is finished. So they probably got to, I'll get to that in a while. They'll made 120. 121 thereabout. Yes, I was just getting the scores out of Cumberland. So Trinidad and Tobago, they were dismissed for 168 with Leacock 3 for 41, Springer 2 for 2, Lane 2 for 29, and the top score being Rambaram with 47, 110 balls, 4 fours, set 122 for victory. Barbados lunch 26 for 1 with Perryman out for 15, gone to Rambaran, Brong 10 not out, Don 1 not out, another 96 for victory, and we're in for a very interesting time after lunch. The situation at Cumberland, we've just been informed that the Windwards were dismissed for 121 around there, and Jamaica outright victory by 201 runs. So that's the score. We are already 2 down and 1 to go. Just this game remaining here, where Jamaica outright winners against Windward Islands, and yesterday it was Leeward Islands outright victors over the Guyanese team. So until after lunch, Stanley Hines signing off. pleasant good afternoon. A pleasant good afternoon to all. Here at the Arnos Vale playing field in St. Vincent. The only matches is in progress at this time. The other two games are concluded. So I know quite a lot of viewers certainly will have increased viewership in relation to the result of this third on the third day of this game between Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, the win was lost to Jamaica just on the stroke of lunch. Of course, yesterday, Leeward Islands defeated Guyana, so we are down to one game. And the situation here, Barbados needing 122 for victory, 26 for 1, Brown 10 not out, Don 1 not out. The man out just before lunch, and Perryman caught James off Rambaram for 15, total 25. The players are out, the umpires are out, we're about set to start. And I think we're in for a very interesting period between lunch and tea. Good afternoon to you, Cookie.
To all our viewers, definitely will decide the match. I mean, it is likely that it will go just beyond this session, but by the end of the session, we will have a good idea of what is happening.
I think we'll have a clear idea as to what is happening just around tea time. And this is based on the rate at which they are going. Except somebody decide to play a belligerent innings and finish it before tea. But generally, the 2 hours we could expect maybe about 60 runs, 70 runs, somewhere thereabout.
Yeah. Especially
So
with the spin bowling.
it will be Rambaram will continuing from the southern end, and he is taking the only wicket so far. He has 1 for 2. Rambaram in, and Don, is it? I think it's Don facing. He strokes as one back to the bowler. And there's the run. Good afternoon to all the scorers, Cookie, technician, all the viewers. Welcome back to Arnos Vale. Rambaram in. This one on the leg stump and swept away quite nicely by Don. They're going close to the boundary. They have 1. They are coming for a second, and they do make it quite comfortable. So Don goes up to 3. Don up to 3. And Brown is on 10. He hasn't faced since lunch. This is his second delivery there after lunch. Rambaran left arm wrong to bowl to Don. Outside the off stump, went straight through to Krishnath, and there is no run. Slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, straightest mid wicket, short, square leg. Rambaran in. Don on top of it, pushes it out to mid off, and there's no run. So there's a slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, straightest mid wicket, silly mid on, and a short square. Rambaran in. Don on top of it, full face of the bat, back to the bowler, no run. 28 for 1. Start resuming at 26 for 1 up from the launch position. This one he pushed out, I would say, not driven out, pushed out to long mid off, and there is no run. 28 for 1, as we'll see how things pans out. Early days towards the result of this. One thing is certain, with the weather holding as well as it is done for the day, we are going to get an outright victory.
That will make it all 3 games in this round having outright victories. And in the last round, the Windies Islands and the Leeward Islands had played to a draw. So definitely has some ramifications for the table. It will be interesting to see how the teams line up now after this round. This result today will also have some bearing on where the teams are after this round. So both teams really vying for this win. And I was going to ask, how long will it be before we see Singh? And we have seen him coming in. We are seeing him coming into the attack now.
Yes, well, this is no surprise, and it's a good move right after lunch with the batsman looking to get their feet moving again. I think it's a good move. Let him come in early so that he'll be able, if some loose balls is to come now, because the difference between the total at the moment and 122 is not far off. So we'll see how the Barbadian batsmen handle the boogie type of bowling for them, spin bowling. So Vishan Singh, right arm leggy, from this the top end, flighted, goes back, that's Brown, and punches this one through the covers. They will have 1. They are coming for a second, and I rather suspect. Well, he goes up now to 12. He's up now to 12. It's 30 for the loss of 1. I rather suspect they will try to take the attack to Singh very early for him not to get on line and length.
Yeah, they wouldn't want him to settle at all into the spell as he did. But he will have other ideas.
We'll see how it goes. It's a good battle that'll be we should be seeing here between Singh and the Barbadian batsman outside the off stump, and through to the keeper, and there is no run. Brong on 11, Don on 3, 30 for the loss of 1. Another 92 runs to the good on 9 wickets. Singh, the right arm leggy, in. Back goes Brong, and he defends it quite nicely, and there is no run. In the first inning, he took 5 for 60, and the Barbadians didn't have a clue as to what was happening in relation to his type of bowling. But I believe they're harboring thoughts to try to get at him without losing their wickets in a victory push. This one outside the off stump, and he driving out of the face of the bat, pass backward points. He gets another 2.
Well, Brown will be a key man here along with Don. This partnership will be key. In the first innings, they had a good partnership. I think Don was the top scorer for the Barbados team in the first. No, not Don. Brown.
Brown
was the first. Was the top
Brown
scorer.
Got 35, yes. And Don got 27.
Yes, Brown was the top scorer, and so far he is looking good in this innings.
Singh in, back he goes, and defended, and there is no run. The ball's still a bit hard. He may not get that pronounced bounce and turn as it progresses and becomes older. So it's a question of Brong probably capitalizing on it at the situation at the moment. So it's a good battle that probably will witness between Singh and Brong. Brong allowed this one to go by. It's the end of the over. It's 32 for the loss of 1. 32 for 1. Barbados in pursuit of 122.
Yeah, I was going to say that in the first innings, Brong played well against the spinners. He batted for 34 runs. He looked assured until he was dismissed, but he looked well organized, even against the wrist spinners. So he'll be a key wicket here for the Trinidad team, along with Don, who has shown good composure. He's shown good patience batting there. So I think they would want to get these two separated as quickly as possible, because once they got the first 3 or 4 out in the first innings, we saw what happened there after Gunny.
Well, as Osnet tend to say, the wickets tend to fall in clusters. Is there a change of bowling where Ramlal will be taken up from the southern end? Am I right saying right?
Yes.
Yes, and there's a switch in bowling. There's Ramlal from the southern end, yes, between the umpire and the stumps. The slip, silly mid off, silly mid on, backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, straightest mid wicket, silly mid on, and a short square leg. The left arm between the umpire and stumps to bowl to Don, just waiting until Mr. Brong ensure that his batting gloves are on, and we're all set ready to continue the battle here. Ramlal in. Don is forward defensive. Stopped at silly mid off. No run. We'll see a lot of this during the day. A lot of defense, a lot of balls being picked up short. Except Don and Brong decide to take the attack to the Trinidad and Tobago spinners. Ramlal in. Brong goes back and forces it out to square cover point, and there is no run. 32 for 1, Barbados in a pursuit of 122. They need 90 more runs, or Trinidad and the opposite end need 9 wickets. And you'll comment on it a little later at the end of the over. We have to start entertaining a tie. Forward defensive goes down and pushes one out on the offside. The fielder there ran around from cover, fielded, and there is no run. So the battle is really and truly on between the Barbados batsmen and the Trinidad and Tobago spinners. Back he goes, that's done, and punches this one out to cover. No addition to the total. 32 for 1 in pursuit of 122. To our listeners who are joining us late, here at Arnos, Vale and St. Vincent the Grenadines, Barbados set 122 for victory at 32 for 1. Back goes Ramlal and forces this one. This time past cover, you're going to get at least to the left of cover. He punches that one and he collects that double. And he goes up now to 5. Trinidad be hoping to dismiss at least one of the two batsmen here, or if not both, whilst Don and Brong will be doing their best to stay there for as long as possible for Barbados. A very intriguing battle here between spinners and the batsmen. And this one driven out to mid-off, and there's no run. The end of the over, 34 for the loss of 1. Don and 5, Brong on 13.
Yes, good battle here going on here between the Barbados batsmen and the Trinidad and Tobago spinners. And you mentioned a tie gun. You also mentioned the fact that West Indies were involved in one in 1961 versus Australia. For viewers and those checking online, there was another tie test with the West Indies a few years ago against India. I think what happened is that Ravi Ashwin was run out of the last ball of the test match with the scores tied. He was looking for the run to win the game. And it was an exciting finish indeed. And that game for a long period of time looked like as if India were going to chase the runs, but it just so happened that he was run out of the last delivery.
So there seemed to be a change in footwear for one of the Trinidad and Tobago fieldsman. Is held up play temporarily, but he has retreated now with the helmet on. He's going on to silly mid on. So Singh will continue the fight, the battle. This intriguing battle here this afternoon between spin from Trinidad and Tobago and Barbadian top order batting in Brong and Don. Don, a century maker in the previous round. Brong, who top score in the first innings with 35. Singh prepares to come in to bowl to Brong. Brong on top of this one. Well, on top of this one, pushes it back to Singh, who fires the return to the wicketkeeper, and Brong had to just shift his carcass. For that ball may have struck him some way on his body, so he got out of the way. Bit of aggression there from Singh. In he comes. This one flighted. Square driven to backward point, and there is no run. 34 for 1 Barbados. 34 for 1 Barbados, trying to get 122 for victory. That's the magical number for Barbados, and Trinidad and Tobago magical number is 9. So the battle is on. In comes Singh. This one's striking him on the pad, but a half-hearted appeal. Certainly outside leg. And there is no run. 34 for 1 as the ball is being retrieved and given to Singh. Vishant Singh from the top end. His leg spin googlies. This one driven. It was diverted, it was driven. It seemed to have touched someone, and it is diverted, having been driven straight. It's ball driven and hit the off stump, and it flew the opposite way away to the right of mid on, and he gets a single. So Brong goes up now to 14 to Brong, 35 for the loss of 1. And Barbados slowly but surely inching their way towards this total. Singh in to Don. Don picks up the line, allow it to go through. Not taken cleanly by Kushinat, but effective enough that there no addition to the total. 35 for 1. Singh continues from the top end as the Barbadian batsmen are determined to hold him at bay. Singh into Brown to Don, and Don clips this one out to mid-wicket. No run, the end of another testing over there, 35 for 1 Barbados.
Yes, 35 for 1 just after lunch here. The key thing for the Barbados team is that they have not lost a wicket thus far in this little period, and they'll be looking to press on as they go through the session, take off the runs as much as they can, but keep the wickets in hand, because if they do that, if they keep the wickets in hand, the pressure will be firmly on the Trinidad team.
And they are really under no pressure in terms of time. Time is on their side. And it's a question where no threat of rain is a question of keeping their mental concentration going and stay as long as possible at the crease. Now going to be over the wicket come from Ramlal. I'll be bowling to Brong. Brong, the more aggressive one out of the two. Looking to score at every given opportunity. Ramlal in. Brong goes back and defend it to seal him off, and there is no run. 35 for 1, 35 for 1. Ramlal from the southern end to bowl to Brong. Trinidad and Tobago collapsed this morning from 153 to 5 to 168, all out, a matter of time. There's Brong pulling this one. Pulling this one for a boundary shot. He went onto the back foot, rocked onto the back foot, and cracked that one to mid-wicket for 4. Loose delivery there from Lanlan. He got the treatment he deserved. He didn't look to punch it through the offside. He deliberately dragged it through the onside and collected 4. He goes up to 18. As I said, he's really the more aggressive one out of the two. The other one being done. So he's up to 18, total up to 39 for 1. And if these loose deliveries will be put away with that sort of vengeance from Brong, it could be over before tea. Forward defensive, this one, strike him on the pad. They coming for a sharp single. And it is a leg by. Seemed to have come off the edge of the bat and flew past a gully. And there's no signal from the umpire, so it has to be credited as a run to him. It's 19 to him, 40 for the loss of 1. As Ramlal into Don. Don pushes this one back to the bowler. Still remain 40 for 1. And as Crookie, as runs start to ease bit by bit, the pressure is being eased by the Barbadian batsman, and Trinidad and Tobago bowlers, another delivery, pushed out on the offside, and there's no run. The Trinidad and Tobago fieldsmen will realize the target is getting nearer and nearer and nearer, and their body language will tell you that their whole demeanor will change to one of negativity rather than one of positivity. Ramlal in. Forward goes down, and there is no run, because once they can get a wicket or two quickly, it will lift their spirits and motivate them to continue to hoping to get the rest. But once the Barbadian pace stays there, it's a different ball game.
Yes, and I singled out Brong because I know that in the last over, because I know that he is the one who will put away the bad balls. Don, very sedate type of batsman. It seems as if he has been given a role just to bat through, similar to what you saw from Ramlal for the Trinidadians in the last innings. And there was Brown, and that delivery too short from Ramlal. Ramlal, he's not bowling very quickly, as we mentioned, since the first innings. So when he bowls short, the batsman has a lot of time to decide where to put it, and he dispatched that one over mid-wicket with ease.
Singh from the northern end, and he'll be bowling to Brong. Brong was on 19, Don on 15. Slip, silly mid-off, backward point, straightish cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, silly mid-on, and square leg. Singh in. And this one's definitely spun across him. Pick the line up. Good judgment, allow it to go past. And the stumps taken cleanly by Kishunath, and there's no run. 40 for the loss of 1, trying to get 122 for victory. It's now all coming up to 1 o'clock post-lunch period here. Back he goes, and he cuts that one through the covers. He's going to get at least 2 here. 1, 2. As they could have looked for a third one, but Don pushed Brown back, tell him to relax. He's up to 21, total up now to 42. 42 for the loss of 1. And with the run sticking over at a reasonable clip, I would say, will eases any fears the rest of the Barbadian batting line that may have, particularly Brown. Sing into Brown. Brown goes back and shows him the full face of the bat, and the total remains on 42. 42 for the loss of 1. Brilliant sunshine here at Arnos. Beckway can see all its glory out there, and the only thing that is really missing is a few yachts to be sailing by and enjoying the waters. You can also see as Bataway and Baliso on that side. Brown goes back and tugs that one away. Once it's short, he's giving it the full treatment, and he goes up to 25. He's making no mistake. He's taking the attack to the Trinidad and Tobago spinners. Once you're short, he is definitely giving it a willow, and he's gone for another boundary here. He's up to 25, 46 to 1. And with a quick scoring here by Brown, it certainly would dent the feelings of the Trinidad and Tobago team. And if he continues the way it is going, it could very well end before tea, to be very honest with you, because it
is likely, Gunny, that is the direction in which we're going.
Yes, that is since the start of play after lunch. That is the direction we're seeing, an aggressive Brown. Sing into Brown. This one driven out back to the bowler, no run. 46 for the loss of 1. A matter now of 76 more runs for Barbados victory. The second, I think, in the tournament. Am I right? Yeah. And that would certainly put them in pole position for the final. In forward defensive. And they're going for a sharp single. No, he's turned back. Now, certainly, Don was ball watching. It was a single that was on. And he was looking at the fielder rather than responding to his partner's call. And the partner could have lost his wicket. Fortunately for Barbados, he didn't. And 46 to 1 at the end of the over.
Yeah, he was looking at the fielder there from short leg going to retrieve that ball. May have been an opportunity there for a single, but Don didn't respond to the call of Brown. And I was saying that in the first innings, what we saw from Brown is that he defended astutely against the spinners. Didn't look in too much trouble against them until he was dismissed. And what we are seeing from him in this innings is that he's prepared to rock on to the back foot very quickly to anything that is short from the spinners.
Ramlal in to Don, and Don also taking full toll of the short deliveries. And it's 2 more runs to Don. But certainly Trinidadian spin bowlers are definitely bowling too short, too consistently now, and they are really capitalizing on it and really tugging away anything short. Both batsmen decide to play through the onside and hit it very, very hard. And maybe that's the right thing to do, so you're getting them offline rather than try to keep the line that we know they're capable of. Ramlal in. Don is forward defensive, and there is no runner. Once you are going to attack a spinner and put away the loose deliveries, it tends to dent his confidence. They're not going to pitch it in the proper line as they should. Ramlal continue from the southern end. This one played at this one, came off the outer portion of the bat as he opened the face, ended up at first slip, and there is no addition to the total. 48 for the loss of 1, 48 for 1. As Ramlal in, short again, and Brown short again, and he pulls that one to the boundary for another boundary. Short, pulled it to the right of, I think it's James Chase, and he got another boundary. He's up to 21, as I said before, and we've been saying it. Once it's short, they're definitely tugging it in that general area, the full swing of the body, and the ball is really racing to the boundary for 4, and there's a tremendous amount of speed with which they are trying to finish this game.
Yes, after lunch. And I think that they need to replace Ramlal now. His length is too short, and because of his pace, he's giving them a lot of time to go on that pull shot, and they are taking full toll.
Trinidad badly needing a breakthrough here. but they're not getting it. They're being defied by Dawn and Brown. This one flighted, driven out to mid-off, and there is no run. Certainly, skipper Ramnath will be thinking now about a bowling change in terms of looking to effect a breakthrough, because these runs are really being speeded up. Ramnath in, allow this one to go by the end of the over, 52 for 1, and certainly resuming on 26 for 1. We have gone now at 25 minutes, and they're going more than run a minute, and they have scored 27 as a total at the end of that over, 52 for 1, and some quick scoring here by Brown and Dawn.
Yes, if they continue at this rate, they will be over well before tea. They're going, as you mentioned, at a run a minute, which by around 2:30 or so, they should have covered the score.
If they're still there.
Yes, if they're still there. Now, it's actually quite enterprising, the approach from the Barbados team, and I think that they have done the right thing. Seeing that they only have lost 1 wicket, they have the opportunity though to put some pressure on the spinners. Knowing that they only have to get a 122, it's, as we mentioned, it's a different situation from the first innings. They know that the target is there, and as they're batting now, they're actually only 70 runs away from that target. And as they go closer and closer, they will grow in confidence even more.
Singh to continue from this, the northern ends. What do you think the skipper Ramnath, what could be going through his mind at this particular point in time, as Singh in, back goes Brown and forces out back with a point, no run, 52 for the loss of 1?
Well, he'll be thinking, how can he get a wicket? The only way that he can win this game, Goni, is if he takes 9 more wickets.
That's his only
before
way.
the 70 runs have been scored. And I'll come back after this delivery.
Singh in, and Brown just stands tall on his back foot, pushes out to backward point, no run. Go ahead.
Yes, I think he definitely needs to remove Ramlal from the other end. Replace him with Davis, who we saw take some wickets on the second morning. So he has to try something different from that end.
Singh in, forward defensive, and there is no run. 52 for 1. 52 for 1 Barbados, with Brown on 25 and Dawn on 21. The man out, Perryman, caught James off. Rambaran for 15. Singh in, forward defensive, studiously forward defensive. There is Brown, and there is no addition to the total, 52 for 1. As Barbados, through this partnership here, certainly are motoring closer and closer to victory. Singh into Brown. Brown goes back, striking him on the pad. Not out clearly from our position here. Ball beaten leg stump, the googly, and the total remains 52 for the loss of 1. As Singh slip, silly mid off, silly mid on, backward point, cover mid off, mid on, straightish, mid wicket, outside the off stump, looking for an expansive drive there, missed. It's the end of the over, the end of a maiden over, 52 for the loss of 1.
Yes, he was looking for a square drive on that occasion. It was well flighted, generously flighted. A tempter bowled there by Singh. And as I predicted, he's going to bring Davis now into the attack. He needs some control, although he's looking for wickets. He can't allow the batsmen to be scoring very quickly, because the game will be over in no time. And what we have seen so far from Ramlal in his last couple of overs is that he has been a bit too short, and they have really gone into him.
They've gone after him. Yeah. Anything short, and once you can recall, they tend to get over it and pull on the onside most of the time. Both batsmen, and have improved their position in relation to getting closer and closer to victory. So, if you're a betting man, you certainly will hope it will be a Barbados victory, the way things are going. So, who's going to take up the attack wrong on the bottom end there? Davis? Yes, Joshua Davis? Yeah. The off spinner from the southern end, and he'll be bowling to Dawn. This one pushed back to the bowler, no run. 52 for the loss of 1, 52 for 1 here at Arnos Vale. Barbados looking to go forward chasing 122. Davis, the off spinner. This one driven. It went past the wicket keeper. They're going to have 1. They're going to have 2. And I think Brown will be pushing for 3. He does. And a wayward return there. And it's 3 byes. Is it bye? Yes, it's 3 byes. Driving outside the off stump. Seemed to have bounced a bit and it went past the bat, the wicket keeper, and everybody. And maybe I hit one of the bowler's foot mark. And they got 3 byes. 3 more to the total, 55 for 1. As Davis will continue hoping that if we're going to hit in those foot marks and he's forward, he probably hit bat pad and end up in some short leg hands. But certainly that one bounced and turned past everything. Batsman, wicketkeeper, stumps, everybody.
Yeah, so already with his first delivery there, Gunny, he's showing that he's posing some danger to the batsman.
Davis, diminutive Davis, not that tall, but certainly got some bounce there. And he'll be bowling out to Brown, the aggressor. Brown forward defensive in his own style and defended out to wideish mid wicket or straightish mid on, and there is no addition to the total. 55 for the loss of 1. As Brown, Davis from the southern end to Brown. Brown stands tall right in his crease and defended that one at the full face of the bat. And total remains on 55. 55 for the loss of 1. Brown on 25. Don on 21. As in comes Davis. This one is driving, peeling off the edge down to backward point. No run, but certainly 2 deliveries that has created problems in this over thus far. Not far away from the total, 67 more, but they'll have to get them. So all pointers are there for a Barbados victory. Davis to Brown. Brown driving. Turn comes in. And another single to Brown. He goes up to 26, I think it is. And Don on 11. Am I right? Plus the extras will take it up to 56. 56-01.
Yes, at this stage, they are progressing towards the total. They have another 66 runs that they need to get in order to be victorious. The Trinidad team, as I said before, they would want to take a couple of wickets here now. They know that once they take 1, as we have said before, the wickets are falling in clumps. So they may be able to get a few and put some pressure back on the Barbados batsmen. But Brown and Dawn, they're looking as they want to have none of that as they hold up their ends here for their side.
This one from Singh outside the off stump, spun across him, allow it to go by. No danger, no harm. But the 2 Barbadian batsmen are ensuring that giving of their best towards taking the total closer and closer to that 122. They're not looking to leave it to chance. They're probably looking to take it all the way and get over the line.
Why not? If you could get not out, why not?
Singh into Brown. Brown driving this one over his head. He's going close to the boundary. I think it's another boundary. Yes, it is. Flighted, and he used his feet and cracked that one over the bowler's head for another boundary. He races up to 30, and in a no-nonsense mood, Brown has advanced the Barbadian cause. It's now 60, almost halfway there. 60 for the loss of 1. You say 2:30. If he continues, they'll finish before 2:30.
Yes, he's going quite quickly now. I mean, he might be finished by 2 o'clock.
The way things are going. Singh to Brown. Brown goes back and defends it, and there is no run. But from a Trinidadian standpoint, they're hoping to at least get another wicket to slow things down, so to speak.
Yeah, and they will particularly want to see the back of Brown.
Yes, he's the aggressor. He's on 30. Certainly he's the aggressor. Singh to bowl to Brown. In. Brown paddles that one away quite nicely. on the leg side. At least they're going to get 3 runs here. 1, 2, and they're coming for the third. The return comes in. And that's 3 runs to Brong. He gets 3 more runs. He's up to 33. And it's 63 for the loss of 1. And they're past the halfway stage now in terms of runs. Looking for an outright victory here and position themselves with 2 outright wins. It's going to be a little difficult for anyone to catch them not to reach the final.
Yeah, it will be unlikely for anyone to pass them back. And not only so, within those 2 outright wins, they have scored what is the biggest score of the tournament. And I think that they are batting points for such a total. So they will be well placed if they complete these other 59 runs that they need for victory.
Yes, well on the way towards the final to be played there between the 25th, 27th later this month. Of course, at 1:15 after this over, I'll hand over to Asnet. As Brown on 33, Don on 11. Don will be facing Singh, who forces it back to the bowler. No run, and the threat of Singh has been nullified by the attack, particularly from Brown. Anything loose is not, and even some of the better deliveries he's really trying to score, and it has brought a change, a refreshing change to batting. Singh into Don. Don lifts this one over his head. It is going to come to the boundary here for 4. Flighted, and Don, similar fashion like Brown, has clapped that one, hit it very, very hard over long on for 4. It's 67 for 1, and certainly Barbados on their way to victory, 67 for 1 at the end of the over.
Yeah, the charge is now on for sure. And there's no doubt about it. Both batsmen with 9 wickets to the good for their side. They're making sure that they keep their foot on the pedal, so to speak. And they're not playing rash shots by any means. They are playing good positive cricket and taking what is on offer out there, Osnet.
Yes, good afternoon to all viewers. Good afternoon to those people in Trinidad and Tobago, as well as those in Barbados. I believe Barbados going to be the happier bunch at this point in time. In our analysis before lunch, and so we mentioned that the first hour after the lunch break would be critical. So far, I think the Barbadian team has ticked all the boxes in terms of not losing a wicket as well as scoring freely.
Well, we have had half an hour and they have won the half an hour. And I think that more than the first hour, this other half an hour has to be completely Trinidad and Tobago's half an hour if they are to come back in this game.
Davis from the southern end, bowl well, gives the ball a bit of air as well as he's able to turn the ball. Something that we've noticed throughout this match, his ability to turn the ball, in this case back into the right-hander. In the last game we saw Brown going for a big drive and missed it completely. So that is the type of dismissal perhaps Davis is looking for, flighting it on the off stump and having Brown aiming to the offside and perhaps a ball between the gate.
Yeah, that would be a classic off-spinner's dismissal. Flighted and through the gate for the right-hander driving.
I think I was a bit surprised to see Ramla start just after lunch. I think after a break you'll want a bit of control. So I would have perhaps preferred to see either Davis or Ramla from that end. At the southern end, Ramla, yes, he's a threat in terms of his googlies, but he tends to bowl the back ball ever so often, and I think the Barbadians played it very well.
Yes, they did. They used the depth of their crease. They realized that he is bowling slowly. So even if he's not that short, they were still able to go back onto the back foot and pull him through the onside just because of the pace at which he's bowling.
Yes, I think Davis perhaps would have brought a little bit more control from that end, which is what you need. Because Singh was always going to start from the northern end, so you needed somebody from the other end to perhaps just control, a little bit of control. As we see a lot of push to cover and you take a single. And then the between the wickets as well has been exemplary in this innings, especially between these two.
Yes, it has been very good. These two, initially in the partnership, there was some indecisiveness where we saw Don ball watching on a couple of occasions. But I think now that they're going into the partnership and they're realizing that their team is in such an advantageous position that they're growing in confidence and it's reflecting it in running.
Yes, because even that last shot to the man there at a deepish cover. Before innings, I think they would have attempted a run. But so far, we've seen them take singles in the soccer there, as well as a couple of trees. I mean, those 2 trees we saw in the preceding overs, I think those were the 4 trees of the match.
Yeah, we definitely haven't had many, so we could check back with the scorers to see in the score sheets to see how many we have had. But I would tell you 3 runs taken.
I think this is the first 2 set of trees.
Yeah.
These 2.
Yes, I was correct in saying that, because and I think that there was an opportunity from both sides to actually take trees, because a long way down to these boundaries are not small boundaries, and a lot of the time they seem to be comfortable in just taking 2
runs. Yeah.
Yes, I think we have a new bowler. Is it Ramnath?
Yes, the captain is on, Ramnath.
Yes, so he perhaps is trying to lead from the front there, Alanson.
Yeah, he'll be bowling his off spin.
I think from the Barbados perspective as well, it will be a win situation in terms of getting rid of Singh, who perhaps would have posed the most threat to them. It's another big hit on to deep mid-wicket, should be able to make it low. I think the fielder there comes around and field it. Ramdu, yes. Not short delivery. And there was Brown going back and playing a pull stroke that we've seen quite a bit of today. He didn't collect on it as well as he would have liked. And they only managed to get 2 o'clock.
Well, actually, it looks as if the captain Ramnath has elected to bowl leg spin, so it seems as if he's able to bowl both varieties.
It's one thing to bowl both varieties, and it's another thing to bowl them well.
We will find out now.
Let's get another close single. We've been running here, I must say. It's what we call perhaps a limited overs running, right? In terms of the ball is not really too far from the fielder there at point, but because of the fact that they have good communication and they were able to just make it comfortably in the end.
Yes, excellent stuff. Good cricket here by the Barbados team.
I think Trinidad is what we say, trying to buy a wicket here. I think if you could recall the Barbados innings when Dawn came on, he got the wicket of Ramnath. I think it's something similar. Ramnath is thinking because he doesn't seem to be a frontline bowler. I think perhaps he's just looking to buy a wicket. So Barbados batsmen have to be mindful of that.
Well, out of the deliveries he has bowled so far, about 3 or 4 of them have been long up, so doesn't look too too threatening. So they must not make their concentration waver here now and give it away.
I think it's Barbados' game to lose at this particular point in time.
Yes, definitely have had the better day so far.
Yeah.
And with only 51 required, it's looking more and more in the direction of the Barbados victory. This one is punched down to the lower position. Based on what we've seen so far, I feel that it's spread a bit, and it makes that type of shot a good shot in terms of just punching it down the ground as an easy single.
Well, with the aggression we have seen in the last few overs also, the captain has had no choice but to spread his field a little bit.
It's a good end to the over. We just tossed up, turning away. Getting a bit of turn.
Yeah, he's getting turn. It's just the control that is a bit awry. Of course, if you are a batsman who bowls or you're a part-time bowler, you may not necessarily have as much control as a bowler who does it day in day out as his primary discipline. So
it's the end of the over. It's 23 overs completed. It's 72 for 1. Barbados looking for 122 for victory here. On the final day at the Arnos playing field. The cricket western is on the 19th only.
So exactly 50 runs to win with 9 wickets in hand. And I don't know if we don't have Windies or the Wasp on this tour, but I'm saying that it's probably like 85% in favor of Barbados at this point.
It's Davis again from the southern end. It's the only pattern picker. Brushing the pad on its way down. We come back for a second. So we put the signal by the ball, yes. Bit of a leg by. So delivery just pushed a little bit more from Davis. Trying to bowl a quicker one. was misdirected and 2 more added to the total. Barbados move on to 74 for 1.
Well, it seems as if, from my vantage point, that he's getting a bit of tone on almost all of his deliveries. So he needs to start it probably a little bit wider off stump to compensate for that tone.
What would you say is the difference between the approach of the Barbados batsmen in the second innings as opposed to the first innings, especially against the spinners?
I think the mindset is very important and the positivity. Quite often we talk about players having certain weaknesses against bowlers, and a lot of the time the weakness is in the mind. Because the same bowler, if you're just on a beach somewhere, you will bang them all over the place, right? But in a match situation now, it takes a bit of mental fortitude now to have that confidence to display the same thing in the match situation. And with the situation now in favor of the Barbadians, you are seeing now that the same bowling that seems so troublesome in the first innings, now they are looking quite comfortable against it.
Mr. Add to what you said, I'm thinking also the fact that they know exactly what they have to chase. I think that also helps in terms of knowing 120 to get, so you have a chase that you're working towards. As opposed to in the first innings, maybe you're just trying to bat as long as possible, trying to build a partnership and see how it goes. But now you know for sure there's a target in mind that you're trying to reach. It's a good drive. Wonderful looking shot. They should get close to the boundary. Just hold it back inside the boundary. It was a good drive, a flighty delivery, and Don comes forward and strokes it nicely through the offside. A good looking shot there by Don.
Yes, a good shot there by the young man. Stoll, he's just 15 years old, but seems to have that appetite for batting and for scoring runs. So it should augur well for him as he develops further into his career.
As Davis around the wicket this time, shortish delivery, but just goes back to the square, and he gets an easy single in the end. And the score moves on to 75 for 1.
77.
77 for 1. Barbados is requiring for the 45 runs for victory. So victory is on the horizon, you could say that. How far are we from the horizon, Lance?
Well, the horizon is always the same distance. It's only an optical illusion.
4 delivery there, pulled away for 6. Is it 6? Yes. That delivery got what it deserved. It was a shortish delivery there from Davis. Once again, perhaps striving for quicker delivery. Perhaps getting a little bit frustrated as well. And is it Brown? Yes, Brown now is rocking back and pulling that one ferociously over deep square leg position, and he gets 6. He moves on to 43. Yes, and the score is now 83 for 1.
And what we have said about, what we noticed about Brown, both against the pacers and against the spinners, is that he's very quick on the pull. And he pulls quite hard. He doesn't go after the shot with any second thoughts or any half-hearted measure. He goes hard at those pull shots, and there he was hitting that one well behind square and over the boundary for 6.
Yes, at the end of that over, it's 83 for 1 with Brown, he's on 43, and Dawn, he's on 19. Yes, so this has been a very good partnership from Barbados' perspective. It has been what we call a positive partnership, where they've been able to not only hit away the bad balls, but they run in between the wickets as well, and the manipulation of strike. That has been something good to watch in terms of exemplary for other players moving forward.
Yes, I agree with you. And what we are seeing now, of course, as they advance their scoring, the Barbados team, is that the field is spreading more with each over.
Yes, the captain basically has no choice but to do so. He still has a slip and a man at silly mid-off. So kudos to him for still keeping those 2 fielders in. What we have seen is a lot of boundary riders here. We have a man at long on, a man at deep mid-wicket, a man at long off. So quite a bit of space available for the batsmen to just walk the ball into these gaps and pick up some easy single. There's no need for them to really do anything silly at this point in time. And Ramnath himself is not really a frontline bowler. So it's just a matter of doing what you've been doing for the entire partnership so far.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. In terms of the field, you have a short mid wicket, a man at the deep mid wicket boundary, squarish. Long on, long off is actually walking in now. We have extra cover point, backward point, slip, silly point.
Another good looking drive there by Dawn. He'll get a single through the covers. And he moves on to 20. Score is now 84 for 1. Barbados in their second innings, chasing a target of 122. So the score for the 39 is needed. 38, yes, is needed for victory. Well, and so we're trying to predict at what point in time we think this match would be over. And we were saying perhaps a little bit after tea. But with the way in which things are looking currently, I think our predictions a little bit off.
Yeah, that has gone completely out of the way because we were basing it based on how they were playing in the first innings against the spinners. Different situation, different time in the game. And I would just say that the game will be over soon.
Yes, the Trinidad and Tobago team looking very flat at this point in time. Not a lot of encouragement out there. Understandably so, because it has been a frustrating day so far for them. Especially this session, they would have liked to come out after the lunch break and perhaps get a few early breakthroughs and see how it goes. Their premier spinner in the form of Singh, he was actually removed from the attack. He wasn't as threatening as before. And I think the two right-handers also played him very well. They were able to put him away for a couple of boundaries as well. So that itself was a key moment of the chase so far where they have been able to nullify his threat and actually score from him as well.
Well, if you remember, on the first day, these two had a partnership and they faced Singh. His first spell, actually, he was wicketless. He bowled 11 overs on the first day, none for 23. It was on the second day when he came back that he was amongst the wickets. So, in all honesty, these two had played him quite well since day one.
Very good point there, Alanson. As I think Singh is actually coming on from the southern end now. Maybe he's just looking for change of luck because what we've been seeing so far, I think the spinners have done well from this end. They've got more assistance from this northern end. So let's see how he goes from that end. He starts with a googly coming back in. Well read there by Brown. He seemed to be reading him.
As I said, he has probably played the spinners the best for the match so far for the Barbados team. Including in that first innings when he faced Singh for that first spell.
Yes, so the field is a bit spread as we see a man at slip, a man at forward short leg, man in the covers, point, long on, long off, mid wicket, man at just behind square on the leg side, and we have a deep square leg. So we have a few boundary riders, as we mentioned before. It's what we call an in-out sort of field, where the captain has been able to maintain a couple of fielders close to the bat in the form of a slip and a silly mid-off, but they are also boundary riders as well. It just goes to show the positive intent that the Barbadian batsmen have played with and how it has impacted on the captain's decision in terms of his field placing.
Absolutely. At this time, it's 85 the score, and means that they only need 37 runs to win, but they need 9 more wickets, the Trinidadian team.
Not a short delivery, this one. 6 runs, yes. For a while there, the field on the long on boundary perhaps thought he had a chance, but that was well timed there by Brown again, and that brings up his 50. Very good innings. It's a match-winning 50, I must say. At this point in time, it was a shortish delivery from Singh again. I just think that perhaps he hasn't found the line and length that he has been able to get in the first innings, and so far he has been a bit short, and he has paid because the Barbadian batsmen have been able to prepare to play the pull shot, the horizontal bat shots.
I will comment on that shortly. I was just about to say that the approach of the batsmen have messed with his lengths and his lines. In the first innings, they were very defensive against him for the most part. But this time, because of the match situation, They thought that they will be more positive, and it has affected the lines and lengths of the spinners. They have played him off of his line and length.
As we see a sweep, an attempted sweep here. Not really perhaps going in the direction he was looking for, perhaps a bit finer, but he gets a single as well. So at the end of that over, Barbados in pursuit of the target of 122. They are 92 for 1. As we see Ramnath, he'll continue from this northern end. And Trinidad and Tobago team really just bubbling a bit slowly. Is no real fight, no real emotions really and truly. Perhaps they've already seen the writing on the wall as such. Because it will be very, very difficult for Barbados to lose it from here. Let's put it like that.
Well, that proverbial wall is the scoreboard, which says 92 for 1.
As Ramnath starts again. Maybe he's just bowling a few overs here, trying to preserve his bowlers for the next match, because certainly he's not one of the frontline bowlers. But he has bowled a couple of overs so far. Not that they've been overly threatening in any way.
He's bowled several long ups outside the off, some that they have cut straight to the fielders, so they've gotten them in the gaps. They could have gotten some runs.
Well, I believe for the Trinidadians, there's still hope. Sometimes the old saying, it's not over until the fat lady sings.
Well, the fat lady is warming up.
Maybe she has already warmed up with the mic, just ready to go. But anything that Trinidad and Tobago perhaps could do different now, Alanson? Given the state of the game at this point in time? As this one is cut nicely, should be able to get close to the boundary. This one, they'll come back for a second and possibly a third. No, they'll stick to 2. A good shot there.
At this point, the only thing I think that they could try is to try another bowler who they have probably not tried before. If they have somebody who bowls some part-time something, maybe just give him one over to see if some injudicious shot might be paid. I mean, it's what the risk. I mean, that over might go for 15 or 20 runs too. That is also a possibility.
Yes, I agree. Also, I think perhaps you could bring back Agard. These don't go down in this, or what should we say, the surrender like that. As we see a delivery walk down to deep fine leg and they come back for another 3. So we're seeing quite a bit of trees in this particular partnership, which tells you that they have been running very well. Seem to be 2 fit young men. And that is good to see in terms of running between the wickets.
Excellent running by the 2 batsmen.
Yes, as I was saying, you don't want to just have the game just float by like that. You have to have perhaps one final push at some point in time. So I will think perhaps give Agard a couple of overs, and then if nothing happens, then you could perhaps you can concede the game. But to continue with some part-time bowlers throughout and just having the Barbadian batsmen just tick them off as they go along, I don't think that would be something Trinidad will be proud of moving forward.
Well, they need 25 runs to win at this point, not many. And to take you through to the end of the game with your odds net will be Gunny Hines.
Yes, I think we have another change in bowling again from that southern end. It's going to be Rambaran. So Singh just coming back for one over, and perhaps again not looking as threatening as he was in the first innings. So he's removed from the attack again, and we are going to see Rambaran from that southern end coming in to bowl to Brown. The score is 97 for 1. They require a further 25 runs for victory. Gunny, the writing is all on the wall here.
So
as this delivery is walked down to square leg region again. Once again, good running between these two. Another single. So they're doing it in singles here. And the score moves on to 98 for 1. Brown, he's on 57. And Dawn, he's on 20. So the vice captain and the captain, actually both of them in the attack currently. We had Ramnot from the opposite end a while ago. Now we are seeing the vice captain coming into the attack. Perhaps the last throw of the dice, we would say, for Trinidad and Tobago. Nothing really happening. I think at the start of the display, Gunny, they would have had their intentions in terms of perhaps getting a good start. They had an overall lead of 106. They perhaps were intending getting their lead perhaps above 150 or so, but that never really materialized. As we see Rambaran again, it is from the southern end, comes in bows. A quicker delivery this time. Dawn just punches that one out to mid-off, and there's no run. 98 for 1. Rambaran is in his 4th over. He has 1 wicket for 5 so far. He's the only person who would have had a wicket in this innings, where he had Perryman caught at mid-off just before lunch. As we see a change in field, the man at silly mid-off, he now goes out to an extra cover position, bit deep as well. Not all the way back to the boundary. As Rambaran again makes his way from the southern end. Comes in bows and Dawn is driving just out to that man we just mentioned a while ago. Was a bit deep, so like we have seen so far in terms of this partnership, the running between the wicket is very good. So they were able to get a single there. Another one added to the total. Dawn, he moves on to 21, and the total is now 99 for 1. Rambaran, he'll be bowling this time to Brown. His delivery short of a length, he goes back and just punches it out to the man at cover. There's no run. At the end of that over, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, chasing 122 for victory. They are 99 for 1.
Yes, and it's a water break here at this particular point in time. We had 1 hour's play since lunch, and Barbados, within that 1 hour, has moved from 26 for 1 to 99 for 1, a total of 73 runs scored in this 1 hour's play here, and certainly all to the aggressive Brown, who really are taking the attack to the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers, most of the spin bowlers, and has really put everything to rest here in terms of a victory for Barbados. There's no butterflies, nothing of the sort. We're very comfortable. The pitch has eased, the spinners, because he has taken the attack to the spinners, anything short or dispatch to the boundaries, and they ran hard 3 regularly, and the confidence level of the Trinidadians dropped, and it was to their benefit once that had happened. And they're just making lives real easy for themselves by coasting. I would say coasting to victory here, as all the problems we had on day 1 and the tumbling of wickets between day 1, day 2, all has been put to rest with this partnership between Brown and Dawn. And his batting is looking so different today, this afternoon here, from what we saw for the entire game, whereby they are really taking the attack to the balls. And I would say for the first time and for the last time, because we're coming to the end of this game, the batting is on top of the bowling.
Yes, definitely. And I think it started from the opening partnership, where they were able to be positive against the fast bowlers. And whenever the spin came into the attack, they didn't let up, they didn't go into their shells as such. They just continued with their positive intent. And they were able to put pressure on the spinners. And as a result, we saw the premier spinner in the form of Singh. I think that was a key part of this innings as well. Gunny, yesterday we would have spoken at length about his effectiveness and the danger that he poses to the Barbadian batsmen, especially in the first innings. So he would have been a handful on this wicket in the second innings. But what we have seen from the Barbadian batsmen is that they were positive against him, put away some bad balls that he perhaps would have gotten away with in the first innings, and they were able to bat him out of the attack, in a sense.
Yes, then they have really battered the Trinidad and Tobago bowling, because how many overs has gone for the innings thus far?
28.
28 overs and they're at 99, 3 points, about 3.56 per over, which is the highest run per over during the entire game. And from that slow pedestrian type of pace that we had, it is a up tempo, so you actually move from second gear to third gear to fourth gear in terms of batting, and they've made life much more easier for us to commentate because you were seeing shots all around and no risky shots as against this morning when the Trinidad and Tobago, to be honest with you and to be honest to our viewers, they gifted a lot of their wickets away.
Yes, you mentioned the scoring rate. Even after lunch, I believe the scoring rate is above 4. So the overall rate is 3 point something, but I think since lunch, the type of scoring we have seen, the rate definitely has soared above 4 runs per over.
Yes, it's about that because, as I said, it was 26-01, and unfortunately we didn't check how many overs, but it weren't many. And since lunch, 73 in the hour, it couldn't have been more than, I believe they're probably going at about 4. I think you're right, about 4. About 18 overs has probably gone since lunch, but they really and truly motor towards the victory target. And life has become very, very easy in terms of just adding another 23, and that's it. Curtains finished, but at least we are third in the race. 2 other games are finished, one yesterday and one before lunch. So we are finishing before tea. So Trinidad and Tobago under the dump, so to speak. Barbados with about 10 lengths in front of this horse race. As a matter of the distance, they will win 9 lengths, I would say, because it's still 9 wickets, 9 lengths ahead in this horse race. And certainly they're going to carve out a comfortable victory at the end here, probably within the next 15 or so minutes.
Yes, I think we're going to see Agard, the opening bowler. I was calling for him about 2 hours ago. Just perhaps give him a last boss, really. But I think the rating is already on the wall. But let's see how he goes. This delivery is driven nicely out to cover a bit of a misfield. I don't think they will come back for a second, though. So, good looking shot there.
I'm done.
Start. Yes, and I think there is 100. 100 is up for Barbados, so that is why we hear such a loud applause there to our left, where the players.
And that 100 came up in very quick time as well, I'll tell you that.
Yes, so for the 22 runs required for victory here. Yes, 28.1 overs for that 100. So we just have a solitary slip so far in this spell by Agard. A man at point, a man at cover, a man at mid-off, a man at extra cover, square leg, mid-on. Not a good single again, which is a feature of this partnership. Just putting the ball in the gaps and running very well. Communication has been very good between these 2 right-handers. Similar build. Sometimes it's very hard to distinguish between them. But from a Barbados perspective, they'll be happy that they were able to get this partnership going. And it looks as though they're going to take it, hopefully, to victory. So Agard just coming around the wicket. Here to the right-handers, perhaps trying to change a pace, bowling a bit straight. Trying to see if he can effect a breakthrough for his captain and make it as difficult as possible for Barbados moving forward. But so far, the Barbadian batsmen have been steadfast. They've been sturdy, as you would say. They have not really offered any opportunities at all to the Trinidad and Tobago team to effect a dismissal. As Agard again comes in, bowls. This delivery once again, just walking it out to cover. Another single. Very good batting here by these 2. It's another single to Dawn. He moves on to 23. The score is 102 for the loss of 1. I think for many of our viewers now joining us and seeing this score, I think they'll be quite surprised considering the state of the match overnight. In terms of Trinidad and Tobago were looking very good. They were leading by 106 runs. And this one is hit high, not timed as well as perhaps he would have liked. It's kind of plugging in the outfield. Should be able to get a second. Yes, they do. 2 more to the total. I think it was attempted slow ball there from Agard. And Brown going back on the back foot and trying to hit this one over mid-off. Managed to get enough on it to get 2 runs. So his total moves on to 60. 60 from 92 balls. And the total moves on to 104 for 1. So Agard, they're just trying something different, a slow delivery, but was well read by Brown. This delivery, a bit pace on outside the off stump. Brown there perhaps looking to run it down to third man. Misses it completely. At the end of the 29th over, it's 104 for 1.
Yes, at the end of another over there, as the curtains are being drawn slowly but surely on this game, as Barbados close in on a comfortable victory at the end here. They have been the better team in relation to the entire pitch of this game, and that has been exemplified in the way they batted, the way they came out today, positive, with purpose. Yes, the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen overnight they gifted their wicket away, but they accepted what they were given, and then when it's their turn to bat, they have really and truly showed us what they are capable of in terms of the batting in the form of Brown and Don. Don got 100, so he has the ability of getting hundreds, and Brown certainly a very aggressive innings here from him. He on 60 not out, 104 for the loss of 1, 18 to go. Matter of time.
It's just a matter of time. Gunny as we see Chase, the opening bowler. He'll be coming back into the attack from the southern end. A full toss, and he's walking this one out to deep mid-wicket. Should be able to get a boundary. Yes. Was a gift there by Chase. Perhaps not loose as yet. His first delivery, just a full toss on the line of the leg stump. And there was Dawn just walking it through mid-wicket. And he picks up another boundary. His score is now 27. His total goes up to 27, sorry. The score is now 108 for the loss of 1.
Yes, it was a delivery that deserved to be punished, and it was punished by Dawn. And Barbados gets closer and closer, inch closer and closer to victory. A victory, I believe, is significant in light of the fact that this victory will certainly put them into the finals when it's time, because all the other teams has lost, and they're the only team who would have gotten two outright victories.
Straight drive there. Perhaps a half chance there for Trinidad and Tobago late in the piece. It was a drive down the ground, and Don set off right away. The fielder there, Davis, at mid-on, came around very quickly. Was not able to get a direct hit in. As we know, direct hits always make things a little bit more interesting. So comfortable run in the end. Another single to Don. He moves on to 28. The score is 109 for the loss of 1. A further 13 runs required. So it's Chase again. And Brown is using his feet here. Another chance for run out. Was close again. Close-ish from our standpoint. Perhaps teasing the Trinidad and Tobago fielders here late in the piece. Delivery that was dogged out there. Good delivery there by Chase. Saw the batsman advancing. Went full. Ramlal there at mid-wicket having a shot at the stump and once again missing. So another single to Brown. He moves on to 61. The total is now 110 for 1. Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago here at the Arnos playing field. Barbados closing in on victory as they require for the 12 runs to win. Another delivery just walked behind square on the leg side. So they're doing it very easy here. Batsmen look to be no trouble at all. Bowlers a bit dejected. Not really rushing back to his mark, Chase. Not a lot of encouragement out there for the bowlers. The fielders seem to be very stagnant. Perhaps just counting the runs as they go by. As Chase in again. Good delivery there, but once again, the running between the wickets has been exemplary between these two players. So delivery just walked out to short cover. And even though they were fielders in the circle, they were still able to get a single. So another single to Brong. He's on to 62. The score is now 112 for the loss of 1. As Chase runs in from the southern end, he's bowling to Dawn. His delivery is short and he's pulling it. Not perhaps timing it as well as he would have liked. Just through mid-on. And they only got a single in that situation as Davis gave chase. And that's the end of the 30th over. At the end of it is 113 for 1. Dawn, he's on 30. Brong, he's on 62.
Yeah, it's just a question now of within the next 5 minutes thereabout, the way they've been running confidently, comfortably between wickets, no hiccups whatsoever, and certainly there's just a question of time now before this game is concluded. Maybe this over, maybe this following over, but Barbados will record a resounding. Well, we're never too sure if any will going to be further out, but the moment they are 9 wickets ahead, and it's basically a question of what time this game will be concluded.
As Agard starts again, Dawn just driving that one up to the man at short cover. There's no run. So for the 9 runs required for victory, this would be a very pleasing victory for the Barbados team. Trinidad and Tobago were in the game for a large percentage of this match, but I think the performance today alone really handed the initiative to Barbados, as we see an outside edge here by Dawn down to third man. He should be able to come back for a second. Yes, they will. 2 more added to the total. His personal tally goes up to 32. It's now 115 for 1. Yes, and that's the thing about cricket. Sometimes you have to be consistent throughout the game. Trinidad and Tobago, they had some very good sessions, but when it mattered most, they were not able to really take home the advantage, as they would say. They allowed the Barbados team to get back into the game. As we see, it's a wonderful shot. Over deep mid-wicket for 4. It's Dawn advancing there to Agard, a delivery on the line of the leg stump, and he played it nonchalantly out to deep mid-wicket for 4. A lovely looking shot there, Gunny.
Yes, certainly a lovely shot, and clipped away, and as a matter of, next ball or 2 and this game will be finished, but certainly he clipped that one beautifully over mid-wicket for 4. He's up to 36, and Brong on 62, and these two have really and truly ensured that Barbados doesn't lose their way in relation to this victory here, because they certainly put the cat among the pigeons and ensure there's a Barbados victory. So yet again, we have seen decent batsmanship in this innings between Brong and Dawn.
Yes, as Agard again. His deliveries walked again nicely. Should be able to get more than 1. Yes, they come back for a second. The scores are now level. So another delivery there on the line of the leg stump, and Dawn just get inside the line and walked it nicely. He looks to be a very elegant player, an organized player. Very impressed with him throughout this innings, as well as throughout the match. In the first innings, his strike rate perhaps was not as great as it is now. But this innings, he has played a bit freely. He has played freer. And we are seeing the results of a very good partnership here between himself and Brong. Brong played well also in the first innings, and we're seeing a good innings again in this second innings, taking his team home to victory. As the field comes in a little bit, trying to delay the inevitable. But Agard bowling to Dawn. His delivery is driving. He's trying to perhaps trying to end it in style, as they would say. It was a foolish delivery. Perhaps a little bit of inward movement. Just took the inner portion of the bat there from Dawn and rose out to the man at cover. So there's no run.
Have you seen the fat lady in the pavilion singing away, Barbadian style?
I think her voice has increased the pace in the last couple of overs. As we see Agard comes in again, bowls. His delivery is punched down the ground, and a nice way to end. A good looking punch. No need to really run the second there, Dawn. Perhaps want to increase his tally for the tournament. So it's a resounding victory. It's a resounding victory there by Barbados. They're coming back for 3 runs. The delivery that was punched down the ground there, and fittingly, Dawn hits the winning run. He finishes on 41. Brong, 62 not out. And Barbados have won this match between Trinidad and Tobago at the Arnos playing field. A very good victory here for Barbados. So, Trinidad and Tobago players just shaking the hands of the Barbadian batsmen coming off. Very good partnership between Dawn and Brong.
Please.
Kimt. Yes, so a partnership of 97 between Dawn and Brong, really taking the game home for Barbados. Just before lunch, they had lost Perryman, and I think perhaps the Trinidad and Tobago team had a bit of hope going into the lunch period. But after lunch, they just were not able to effect any sort of breakthrough that would cause any sort of panic. And earlier, we would have spoken about the efficiency of the Trinidad and Tobago spinners, the dangers that they would have perhaps potentially posed to the Barbadian batsmen. But I think they played very well. They got on top of the spinners very early, and they were able to dominate the spinners, especially the main spinner in the form of Singh. He didn't really bowl that badly in the second innings, just that the Barbadian batsmen were able to handle him better, be a little bit more positive against him. And I think the game was won there, where the Barbadian batsmen were able to nullify the best spin bowling option for Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago, they would have had some good moments throughout the match, despite making only 107 in their first innings, which was a disappointing performance with the bat. They were able to restrict Barbados for just 154, considering the scores that Barbados made in their previous encounter. I think that was a good effort. So with the lead of just 47, Trinidad and Tobago were always under pressure, really. But I thought they put up a very good fight yesterday, and they were able to perhaps produce their best batting performance in the tournament. And overnight, they were able to get a lead of 106. Now, coming into the third day's play, I think perhaps the management and the captain and the coach, they perhaps would have looked for an extension of that lead in the region of 150, 160, which would have really put a bit more pressure on the Barbadian batsmen. But that never really materialized. The Barbadian bowlers this morning, they came out very effectively. They bowled well. The fielders were also supportive, and they were able to cause a mini collapse of some sort in terms of the Trinidad and Tobago batting. They were all dismissed for 158. Yes, just adding 168, sorry, just adding 15 runs this morning for the loss of 5 wickets. So I think that was just a bad session there for Trinidad and Tobago, and at this level against good teams, you can't have these bad sessions as such. And they were always in the game coming into the third day, but with that bad session, that handed back the initiative to Barbados, and they were able to chase down the total of 122 for the loss of 1 wicket. So, very good performance by Barbados. They now have 2 victories in this tournament, and they're looking the team to beat, really, based on what we have seen so far. And Trinidad and Tobago will have to go back to the drawing boards. I think their batting is still a cause for concern. They need to put up better scores on the board, and that would definitely put them in good stead in the future. So in a while, I'll hand you over now to Stanley Gunny Hines with his final thoughts on the match proceedings.
Barbados has completed a comprehensive 9-wicket victory here over Trinidad and Tobago. In this, the Second round game between themselves. Victory over Trinidad and Tobago by 9 wickets. Resuming this morning, Trinidad and Tobago at 153 for 5. They quickly folded for 168 as James went for 17, Davis for 1, Chase for 1, Agard didn't trouble the scorers, and Rambaran went for 47, top scored 47, 110 balls, 4 fours, and Singh left not out not. Wicket today from 158, 159, 161, 163, 168. Overall, they batted 70.4 overs for the 168. Leacock 13 overs, 3 for 41. Lane 14 overs, 2 for 29. Springer 4.4 overs, 2 for 2. Roberts 8 overs, 1 for 18. 1 for 9. Don Stevenson 1 for 25. Set 122 in the 61 overs and plus 15 mandatory. At lunch, they end at 26 for 1. Perryman going caught James off Rambaran for 16, 30 balls. After lunch, in a very positive way of batting, both actually Brown and Joshua Don just, it's a complete different ball game when once they settled in. The wickets fell at 25 and they remained together at the end, a partnership of 97 unbeaten, with Brown batting very well indeed for his 62 not out, 95 balls, 3 fours and 2 sixes, and Joshua Don 40 not out, 61 balls, 4 fours. The lone wicket taker was Rambaran, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6. So overall, Trinidad and Tobago, they got 107 and 168. Barbados 154 and 122 for 1. So the better teams certainly have won this encounter here, and Barbados sits at the top of the table. We got to get the point standing for you shortly, but certainly Barbados won the game. A game where we saw on day one where the ball was doing maybe a little too much for the batsmen, as they really struggled, the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen, against the Barbadians fast bowlers, and they never really and truly came to grips with the situation, save perhaps for Ramdu, who got 41. Yes, he got 41, as the Barbadian fast bowlers really got rid of them. Barbados in response, they were handily placed at 93 for 2 at the end of day 2. But they won. But the problem with it thereafter, the introduction of the Trinidad and Tobago spin bowlers saw them folded for 154 from 93 for 2. Brown, he got 35. Don got 27, and Bolden got 26. The pick of the bowlers was Singh, 5 for 60. 2 wickets for Davis for 19, 2 for 30. Ramlal. Trinidad and Tobago facing the deficit of 47. Really and truly, they try their best against more accurate bowling, not short pitch bowling, line length from the Barbadian fast bowlers, as Ramlal 35, 30 from Ramnath, and Rambaran 47, 110 ball, 4 fours, as they began from overnight 153 for 5, hoping to add a significant number of runs this morning towards giving Barbados a decent total, a competitive total, where they'll be able to aim at and to be able to try to defend. Unfortunately, they folded like a concertina, and they were all out for 168. 5 wickets fell for 15 runs, and I think Curtains was there. The Curtains was there as a matter of time after they folded. Leacock 3 for 41, 2 for 2 Springer, 2 for 29 Lane. The fast bowlers again doing the damage for Barbados. And in response, Barbados set 122 to win. Literally cruised to victory through the partnership of actually Brown 62 not out and Joshua Dunn 40 not out, and won quite comfortably by 9 wickets. Final scores: Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago 107, 168, Barbados 154 and 122 for 1. Certainly the better team had won. So on behalf of all, as a matter of fact, the roundup of the other 2 games, Leeward Islands defeated Guyana since yesterday quite comfortably by, I'll get to that in a while, by 10 wickets. And the Jamaica defeated the Windward Islands by 201 runs. Jamaica defeated Windward Islands by 201 runs at Cumberland. Leeward Islands won by 10 wickets against Guyana at Park Hill. And just a few moments ago, we saw Barbados registering a comprehensive win, a 9-wicket win over Trinidad and Tobago. 107, 168, Barbados 154 and 122 for 1. The next round of matches to be played, the third and final round in the preliminary round, will be played from Saturday, the 20th at Arnosville, right here at Arnosville on Saturday. It will be Jamaica versus Guyana. At Park Hill, it will be Windward Islands versus Barbados. And at Cumberland, it will be Leeward Islands against Trinidad and Tobago. Those are round 3 matches scheduled for Saturday at those 3 venues. I'll just repeat them for our viewers. We may have local viewers as well who want to look at the games. Jamaica versus Guyana at Arnosville. Windward Islands versus Barbados at Park Hill. Leeward Islands versus Trinidad and Tobago at Cumberland. So on behalf of all, Osnet, Cato, Allison, our 4 female scorers, wonderful persons we have to work alongside. On behalf of each and every one, Stanley Hines signing off for the final time here, round 2 game. Barbados just recording a 9-wicket win over Trinidad and Tobago. So it's bye until Saturday for the next round of matches begin.